Test, Test, Test. Philipp, Philipp, ich werde versuchen und du machst so laut, wie es braucht. Hört, Test, Test. I mean, he will find a way. Das wird dann schon. I start. When I came home from South Korea last Sunday, my son had no voice, and I laughed at him. I'm punished now. I said, it's so sexy to have a voice plant. And he said, Papa, you're stupid. Yes. Okay, so I would like to, as long as I can, I will continue. I would like to start or open the seminar, the symposium, Promises Upon Request. I think it's a bit loud, no? It's okay. And I would like to, first of all, say, of course, it's something which has been discussed some years ago or 2 years ago. And then the idea was to have a moment in which interesting people from outside KIT would come to the school and meet with all the interesting people inside of KIT to have an exchange on topics that are interesting for architecture, but that means, of course, also if it's interesting for the profession, it's interesting for teaching in a moment where the whole landscape of the profession and of teaching is changing dramatically. I reached out to colleagues, Anna Maria, Marc-Angelil, and Georg Wachliotis, who in the end got sick and cannot come, to think about the format of how we could make this event happening. Of course, I also reached out to Mariana Santana and Federico Corricelli, who are part of my chair and who were kind of co-creating this event with me. So what did we try to do? This graphically beautiful poster is also something like the organization chart of what we do. So it's like 5 tennis fields with mixed doubles playing the game of promises upon requests. So it would be Anna Maria Meister together with Maroje Mrduliash, who play against Jane Hall and Tiago Motasaraiva and so on, as the idea of not having just conferences where people would come and share their knowledge, but as a panel in which 2 people would do a 20 minutes input lecture and then followed by respondents who then would have a good hour of talk without us, also me. And we would listen and only then open up for discussion. I hope that this is a format which helps us to have real discussions again, because this is for me the most frustrating in lectures and in panels, that people care only about their kind of flashy statement and do not engage in back and forth really in argument and counter-argument, or like helping each other to get more precise. So I hope that with this we are able to have talk about what we all are not so sure about, in a way of being kind respondents and, of course, kind critics to each other in the topic we all like so much. The so 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 here I wanted to point out to Egon Eiermann, who I was very fascinated when I came here, and I read about his legacy, that basically he did nothing else than, I mean, his chair was his office. He worked on competitions, and he gave lectures, but all the lectures were just, he explained what he just encountered in practice. Nothing academic, nothing, maybe that is Kapierske, who was teaching here, who explained me that and wrote it in a book. And I mean, still, it's said to be the most interesting lectures. You know, people fantasize about these Egon Eiermann lectures. And this is the Fritz Haller here. Yeah. Eiermann is above. No? So I think it's really interesting to say, I first of all check what do I encounter in practice. And this is why I'm so happy that the people who will talk are, yes, they have academic credentials and so, but they build themselves and they work and they come here and they will share their thoughts. They are in a stage of their career, different stages, but in a stage where one can measure their work. And one of the problems we have out there is that we are not seen as part of the solution anymore as architects. No. Architecture is the problem in most of the, let's say, outside of our circles. We are not part of the solution. And I think we should find an okay way to deal with that. No, it's not by just repeating what we can do to improve the world, but we also have to be more conscious about the problematic side. And when preparing this and working on the term of das Versprechen, the promise, I reread this beautiful book of Friedrich Dürrenmatt, Das Versprechen, the promise. And this is a quote by a police officer, but it could be also an architect, of course, but could maybe also be the criminal, I don't know. So the point is that here you see. And it was then this was the book for the movie Am helllichten Tag. You might know the movie. You, for the younger, at least Goldfinger. Later, I mean, yeah. a policeman who was fantastic and promised a bit too early, as we know in many American movies where someone says, I promise, I find, and then it's the beginning of the problem. So, of course, this promising too easily is a problem. And the interesting thing of the book is that Matei, the policeman, in the end gets totally rogue and gets kind of criminal himself because he cannot accept that he will not find the murder. So, are we police? Are we the criminals? I think that the big public is not so interested in our questions, but I would like us to not care about the big public these days. I would like that, you know, if that's the problem, if you look at the keynote speeches on any architectural conference, that there are a lot more saviors on these conferences than what we know in real life. So here, no one will be a savior. We all just share our kind of takes. So, maybe I should stay always in the same position or so. Yeah, sorry, Philip. If I look at the profession, I think that there are different strategies which one can say are almost different professions within the field of architecture. And we called these strategies to deal with the question of how can we not be the criminals, these promises, and promises upon request to show that this is, of course, not only coming from the inside, but the pressure from the outside. So I will now step aside and you will go through the topics and then continue with the two input lectures. Just come up now. Sorry.
I can do this. Yes. So good morning. So as Simon was saying, so the poster is also the program that will unfold in the coming days. But maybe it's useful to explain also which was the idea behind this idea of the double tennis game, in the sense that we wanted to have a really strict protocol, so that then the sessions will be only about content and the guests will not have to stress too much on the format, which will be on the top row, 2 back-to-back 20-minute lectures, which will flow, let's say, in a liquid form, so for 40 minutes, that then will be followed by reaction by the respondents, which are here on the bottom line, with, of course, also a moderator, which will keep the clock and which will announce this protocol at the beginning of each session. So next session will be chaired by Anna Maria Meister, the one on climate design by Joaquin Medina, the one on circularity by Mariana Santana, the one on agency by myself, and then the last one on form by Simon Hartmann. And then, of course, hopefully, yes. And so, as you see, so the idea is really that then, after this first round of lectures, the respondents will not only, let's say, ask questions as you will have in a classical keynote speech by architects, but they will give also their own statement, and then hopefully we will engage in a round table filling the 2 hours, and then if we have some remaining time, we will also open, of course, to the floor for some questions. But the idea of the symposia, of course, the symposium is normally that the meaning is also built by discussion, so the focus will be on the conversation happening on stage. And to go through the, let's say, the topics, I will leave to Mariana the task to explain the different promises.
Hello. First of all, thank you for everyone who come. And second of all, I'm sorry, because I mean, this was supposed to be, it would have been much better served with Hartmann explaining this, but I'll try my best to explain our ideas. Somehow, I mean, it's big words, big topics: participation, climate design, circularity, agency, and form. And these words didn't come easy to us, the same way that it didn't come easy who we invited to be here with us. And we tried the best we could in a lot of discussions, also with, as Simon referred, with Mark, with Anna Maria, and also with Georg, to be precise or to be ambiguous enough also to be able to leave room for speculation upon these topics, because we're not here searching for pure definitions, but as we have been talking about, as a starting point for interesting discussions. So if we go to the first topic, which will be this afternoon, the question of participation, somehow it's a topic that more and more it's becoming part of the architectural discourse, although during today you will see that any of these topics, nothing is new and nothing is now the most important one, but all of them are built upon a big history of the architectural practice. So I think I will not, if it's fine, Simon, I will not read all of these descriptions, but I will go directly then just to introduce to the ones that probably don't know, but we invited, for participation, we invited Jane Hall from Ensemble, and we invited Tiago Mota Saraiva from Atelier Mob. And for us, we think both of these practices deal with very complex contexts, cultural contexts, sometimes not from what is there, but also from what they bring as their own experience in their practice. One of them, more where the character of the practice with a collective of architects makes it that the participatory process starts pretty deeply within the office, within the day-to-day life. And then another practice where a bit more we try the practice tries to understand the different conditions that has to address by also getting in touch with different agents that will allow them to reach different communities, but also different outputs on the architectonical level. I hope it is fine enough. Then for the climate design, we are really happy to have Charlotte Trouvant from Trouvant-Rodet and Philippe Ram with us. When we started to discuss this topic, of course, is one of those that somehow it's also part of the contemporary discourse in a really deep way. But what we were quite deeply interested is in the idea that how can we go a bit beyond what we now think that is a bit of a fashion of the climate design, or a fashion of the form of what we consider a building, or what we consider architecture or practices that really try to deal with the question of climate design. We have two practices that have quite of a different age between themselves, and where in this case one of the quite interesting things is that they use the drawing as an essential part of their development of architecture. Probably it's this, the problematic of visualization of climate, or the problematic of visualization of anticipatory wishes of comfort of things that we cannot sometimes even grasp, what is temperature, what is humidity, what is flow of air. And so we think that both of these practices have a quite interesting relationship also with questions of the promise of visualization or the promise of representation within architecture. And this is somehow also what I would like to stress, is that none of these topics is it's a bubble in itself. And we will see, and I hope that during these 2 days, we will see quite interesting moments of cross-contamination of one and another, or even a guest that thinks that, hey, I mean, you think that I'm here for climate design, but at the end, circularity is where I belong, or this is what I wish for. And that's also the interesting thing about a promise, because a promise doesn't automatically represent a given output. Then, going to there, we have circularity, another hot topic. I mean, it's only buzzwords that we have here, but we will try to deal with them carefully. For circularity, we have 2 practices. Again, sorry. We have Kirsten Muller from Circular today, but also with big roots in situ, a practice from Basel, that sometimes might even consider that there are they architects or a bit more within the Fachplaner, with someone that is not, that it has a different relationship with architecture. And I think that's also quite of an interesting topic, that it will be part of somehow this discussion, or of how can the architect become more professional, or the opposite, how should it be more broad. And then Jan de Wilder, from Belgium. Both of them somehow deal with the question of will deal with the question of reuse, or deal with the question of looking at materials as unities, as elements that can be put together and organized to define spaces. Of course, in one of them, we will see probably that the language is more independent from the promise of the reuse, is a bit more almost like a collage architecture based on poetic ambitions, while another one will kind of define the role of the system, or of the object almost, and the pragmatism of the element, and look at everything around us as something that can be saved, something that could be saved, something that should be reused. We will have then, I think I'm already talking about the topics of tomorrow, and we will then go to agency. And in this case, agency is for us something that was also it's quite hard to enclose as one single topic, or as its own independent topic. Although somehow at the end there is something that moves the architectural practices, and there is something about the agency of the architect that then also makes it to find the beauty a bit outside of what would be the norm of the cultural context that we are dealing with it. And I think in that sense we have 2 practices. We'll have Diana Vucinic from Dvarp, and we have Nana de Roux from Powerhouse Company. And in this case, we have 2 really interesting also approaches to it. While one comes from almost the need to create a discourse within the field and within our own context, and another one somehow tries to put his feet into a domain that normally it's a bit close to architects. And I forgot to show the slides. I'm really sorry. And so these are some of the slides that represent these two practices that we will see tomorrow. And then, last but not the least, probably also the big taboo. No, a lot of architects or a lot of us nowadays try to stay away from form or not even admit that form is one of their main vehicles or what makes them tick. So in here we'll have two offices that have a long and established practice, and two offices that are quite also characterized by their ability to deal on a quite high level of professionalism with the high complex programs, places, and sizes of the projects. Nevertheless, without losing the ambition to kind of searching for new ways of thinking, or new ways of looking at the type, new ways of looking at materials, and new ways of looking at the possible shape that these materials can, or the possible form that these materials can give shape. This is a short introduction for, I hope, what we will encounter these 2 days, and I hope you are as excited as we are. Thank you. Okay, you have to bear with me a little bit more because I was not supposed to continue like that so long. Yeah, that's good. Then I can have
So
one.
again, about the format. So outside, as you have seen, we set a bar, which is literally meant to work as a bar. We thought the idea of a sports bar where you have the live stream, so just here in front of the statue you will have what happens inside, but in the meantime it's also another place of discussion, which we hope it will be a place where you can think freely. And also we will mention that some of the guests will encounter also Nele Richman from Architese, which will maybe, with the help of Moana Olhein, also maybe ask for a short interview that will then feed the protocol that we are preparing for the, let's say, the live documentation. And the intermezzos, that are all book presentations, will also take place outside, and this will not be live streamed, so it's also, let's say, a small gift as a live experience that all the audience will can see, let's say, outside here in the foyer. And oh yeah, okay, so in the book, today we will have the first book presentation at 4. So it's Dirk Hebel, Ludwig Wagner, and it will be moderated by Christian Inderbitzin. A new book, let's say, on materials and also in part of circularity. Tomorrow we will have 2 other book presentations, one by Marc Angelil on errors. It's called the session. And then Lars Lerup will present in the afternoon an unedited forthcoming chapter of his next book with the moderation of Mark Frohn and Simon Hartmann. And yes, I think, yeah, thank you.
I'm back. So I'll just do a little, somehow, I call it a little disclaimer, and I hope that it's fine. I will also read, sometimes I will read a little bit, just because, yeah, it's something, I will read. When we first discussed what could be my contribution to this symposium, or at least in the starting point of our internal discussions, Simon asked me to try to bring the kind of the historical depth of the idea of promises in architecture, with all its references and possible cross-contaminated topics to the table. I mean, in a blink of an eye, I was totally overwhelmed. This is not a task that you could even ask to someone, but as an architect and connected to the practice, and also with our design studios in the Bauplanung and then Treffenshare, I think that we work in a way that the importance of references and the relationships with the bigger frames of knowledge and the constant curiosity that we try to include in our students is one of the main tools that we have at hand. And it's also then one of the main tools that somehow I used to prepare this little introduction. I started to dig, and when I started to dig, somehow every time I would reach a moment that I would have a little line or a little image with an allusion to the Crystal Palace. And this project is a project that we all know. It's a project that I guess everyone in this room is quite familiar, some in a much more deep way, some in a less deep way. But it's a project that I ask, have we ever really looked at it? So I think that this is the following presentation. It will look more like, as Simon put it, this kind of detective wall filled with threads that have nowhere to go. But I also like to think it a bit more like the promise of the relationships and affinities that also Warburg tried to establish with this Nemesis project.
To few people in a lifetime comes the chance of seeing such a gigantic blaze as the funeral pyre of the Crystal Palace, the proudest building of the last century, one of the few remaining links with Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. Built in 1851 in Hyde Park for the Great Exhibition, opened in royal state by the Queen and the Prince Consort, it was later transferred to its present site in what was then the rural outskirts of London. In 1913 it became the property of the nation, was used as a naval training school during the war, and reopened to the public by their Majesties King George and Queen Mary 16 years ago. It was once spoken of by Thackeray as a blazing arch of lucid glass, and that description was never truer than tonight. At about 8 o'clock the fire started at the Sydenham end. Within 5 minutes it was blazing. The palace firemen did what they could, but it was obviously hopeless, and all the might of London's firefighting equipment can do little more than delay the inevitable destruction. Everything is against them. Across the high ground the wind blows freshly from the northwest, driving the flames before it. Firemen work unceasingly. Miles of hose are unreeled, water towers go up, high-pressure pumps roar, but all in vain. The palace is doomed. As the great glow lights the evening sky, every available means of transport brings the watchers in their tens of thousands. And is it worth it? Flames roaring up 150 feet, such heat that people in neighboring houses are unable to look out of their windows. Masses of molten glass pouring down continuously. Finally, the huge skeleton of ironwork twisting and falling. Hold your breath. For 85 years, the Crystal Palace has been a playground and a landmark of London. We mourn its loss.
What a beautiful way to start with a fire. So, the Crystal Palace burned in 1936, and in 1937, Le Corbusier wrote a little article on the Architectural Review, The Crystal Palace, a Tribute, where somehow he described how with the Crystal Palace disappeared also a curiosity. Did not disappear the curiosity. It disappeared the last or the building that within the moment of the history of architecture that they were experience, the building that would be the most radical of their time. He kind of described his sorrow that while the world was being born, the forces of reaction rose in mass, and academism invaded government departments and schools and institutions. He somehow thought that the Crystal Palace was a miracle and remained the last witness of the era of faith and daring, somehow an era of promises. He ended up saying that the uniformity of which so much has been heard among the various arguments used to sell the new architecture offered a convincing example of its plastic possibilities in the Crystal Palace, with all its grandeur and simplicity. This was quite of an interesting article and also an interesting moment because in fact it was the fire that put a bit again the topic of discussion into the Crystal Palace. The fire of the Crystal Palace and the disappearance of this building that actually in the last years of its life somehow would have become obsolete or quite criticized. The fire created a new, or gave a movement to a new life. 1 year after the fire that consumed the Crystal Palace, and actually in the same year that Corbusier wrote his tribute, Ed Ruscha was born. In case you ask, Ed Ruscha is also still alive today. And then in '68, he painted the Los Angeles County Museum on fire. And years later, in 2016, when he was asked about his work and the recurrent use of fire or gunpowder in a lot of his artworks, he somehow answered that I see violence or negativity of imagery as a tool in itself. It's something that I have to go through. It's more the idea that of fires than actual flames. And I'm not lighting fires. It's a way of attaching an additional meaning to the painting that would otherwise not have fire. So I have the feeling that this fire, the fire to the Crystal Palace, was also a moment that attached a different meaning to something that otherwise, for once, would have been considered just not even architecture, rather a marvel piece of engineering. And for others, it was elevated to this kind of prototype of light, bright, and spacious that somehow it's just almost just the face of this building, and this building is much more. So somehow my lecture, it's called this Promised, and are some notes on Crystal Palaces and the optimistic approach to possible failures. We all know that all the former references that Crystal Palace allude to, but today I would like to quickly talk about the hidden topics that allow us to discover the dichotomy that exists between the original inception as a utilitarian building versus its eventual interpretation as an architecture, not only because of what was built, but by the promises that shape its existence. I'll try to guide you to a blurred story of a building that were actually two, and one only existed for 5 months in the fields of Hyde Park, and the other one that lasted for 80 years in the south of London. And we should not forget, as Ana Maria yesterday so well reminded me, it's much like our beloved Barcelona pavilion. So the history, or the story of Crystal Palace starts actually with 3 requests, or somehow 3 promises to which the architects would have to commit while designing the building that would host the great exhibition of 1851. So we would have the acknowledge of the ephemeral condition of the building, something that actually was coming quite against the traditional of building in brick and stone that was at the time the most prevalent. On the second, the truly economy of means, both material and labor-wise, and finally, its high degree of simplicity and design. There was a competition, and we all know, also as practicing architects, how these competitions go, how more than 240 entries were proposed for this project. And still, somehow, the building commission said that none of them was suitable for all of the questions that were put on the table, all of the promises. There was a proposal by the building commission, but a person that, I mean, we all know Joseph Paxton, he came forward and he somehow, this is of course the romanticized story, or this is the sketch of the romanticized story of this project, but it says the story that he came forward and he said, hey, listen guys, I have the experience, I have the knowledge, I have the means, and I have the contacts. He was actually a quite well connected gentleman, and he had also written a lot of texts on greenhouses. He was a gardener. He knew what he was talking about, and he said, if you want a big space for this amount of people, you have to go and do something like based on the concept of greenhouses. You would, from me, you will get not only the largest, but also the cheapest building that you could imagine. This was the drawing that he gave to the commission. And of course, the commission could not accept that all of a sudden someone outside, not from the deep circles of development of the idea of the concept, that would come and just propose, and they accepted. Paxton, in his way of creating his own agency, he didn't stop, or he just went, and with his contacts, he published the project in the Illustrated London News, which then created a big reaction from the public. This was a building for an exhibition that should represent a nation. We can enter then in a lot of topics within that, but I will stay somehow focused on the design. And of course, it was a building that had big exposure to the news. And this is another thing that is fascinating about this project. So Paxton, at the end, they decided to go with what he wanted, and the construction started. The world was watching, and the whole process was documented by journalists, a bit as we have here in our symposium. Paxton would do interviews, I don't know exactly in which cadence, but the newspaper, it will not only with images, etches, drawings that will represent the evolution of the process, but also interviews to the architects saying and assuring that they built the 7 columns that they were supposed to build in that day, and everything was according to plan. It was impressive. It was also a way to keep the public participating, still, of course, as a spectator, but this idea that we have that it's only now that all people go and watch what's happening in our construction sites, and we even sometimes leave these windows open for them. It was already happening since then. The project, the quantities of goods were enormous, of course. This caused problems of distribution. Nothing is easy. There were also a series of trees. Some trees that exist on the site, and at the time, Paxton didn't consider them, which is really weird if we think that Paxton was actually from the gardening and from this point of perspective. So he had to change a bit the design to allocate the elms, the 30-meter high elms, and he keeps the trees and raises the gallery to accommodate them. The glass was thought. Now I'll just say some things that for sure almost everyone knows, but of course the glass was thought as the maximum dimension that one could produce at the time, and that what the workers could carry, what the machines could deal with, and what was able to be done. It's really interesting that, of course, it's also this high degree of prefabrication, what was also what allowed the building 1 to be building so fast, and 2 to have his second life. And this is something that it's quite beautiful in this project. In the whole story, it's also quite interesting how the value of manual labor became increasingly significant, and even shortening working hours were called for and introduced both in England and later also in Germany. For the first time was really an effort to save not only time, but also human resources. There are a lot of documents. It's really one of these buildings that is documented by everyone, and there are a lot of documents that also kind of try on a joyful way represent who was part of this building. People were used to test some of the experiments because, of course, what is used for greenhouses, it could not be used for so many people, etc. The building was finished. The building was finished, and we see the promise of space, the promise of light, and the immensity of this size. I think it's I wanted to show these images just because it's quite beautiful, and I don't know, it's not always that we see it just as it is. What was really striking me also, and this came from the book Maintenance in Architecture by Hilary Sample, is how she puts the focus and the interests in the relationships and almost interconnected evolution of the ambition of the building and the labor that a building of this dimension entails or requires. As she writes, window washers traversing the palace glass roof as a new performative surface to act upon. While the focus had been on the interior, as we just saw, the palace roof, a transparent prefabricated structure, revealed a new social construct, the window washer en masse. It was necessary to organize a group of workers who would work together at the scale of the building. At the time of the Crystal Palace completion in 1951, the City of London had also introducing new organized labor to clean the streets. And I think it's interesting to note not only the labor force needed on these projects, but in fact, each was made visible here for the first time. We could say that there were the cleaners on the outside, and as many as the ones that were outside, there was also inside. Several people were involved in the interior maintenance of the building, on the controlling of temperature, humidity, flow of air, and the general conditions of this new public interior. Several thermometers were put around the building and the temperature checked. There are accounts of people that were really suffering inside of the first Crystal Palace, where the fountains were the last refuge. This is where this gets tricky, and where, I mean, it's also a bit blurry thoughts, but somehow this building was a success. Not because it succeeded as expected in all of its promises, but because it didn't. Or better, because it outgrew them into parallel directions, both during its existing and after, in the several analyses that scholars and people around history made of it. We can think about that as, for instance, from two distinct people that made Crystal Palace part or focus of their work. One is Mark Pimlott in his book, The Public Interior as Idea and the Project, and where he refers that the interior become an everywhere, obviating the needs as far as representative space was concerned for any kind of provision. The freedom of the streets and the making of public space in the form of parks, a dramatic effect on the ordinary Londoner's access to experience the city, and the shared realm was suddenly and dramatically expanded. The Crystal Palace was emblematic of his emancipation. On the other hand, then, in a much more critical way, Peter Sloterdijk, he says, of course, that the enormous Crystal Palace, the valid prophetic building from the 19th century, which was immediately copied around the world as we know it, already pointed to an integral experience-oriented popular capitalism in which nothing less than a stake than the complete absorption of the outer world into an inner space that was calculated through and through. The Crystal Palace, in contrast, already continue up the idea of a building that will be special enough in order perhaps to never to leave it. With 5 months past, questions about what to do with the building started to raise. And of course, Paxton, as we know, a man of quite big resources, already had to think about it, or at least he made forward his agency, he made forward his ideas. So he published a little article of what should become of the Crystal Palace. And for him, he thought, and a bit as also nowadays we could even think that this is a way of urbanism, where we start to first understand what a building can be and what the site can be, and then we say, okay, this is the program that we want to have it there. He said that all the proofs of what happened in the past months suggested that the building should just stay as it was and supply the public of London this great interior. Even did sketches to extend this interior. But what is interesting about these anticipatory designs of a future that never came are drawings by Burton, Charles Burton. He was an architect, a drawer. He also did one of the first drawings that we saw. It was by him. And in 52, in May, he published his own idea of what should be done of the Crystal Palace. So it should be actually grab every of his pieces, and it should be done a tower of 1,000 feet, which we talk about a bit of the height of the Chrysler building. I'm a bit sorry because I'm a bit long, but I hope it's okay for everyone. This was not my intention. Okay. Ultimately, the building, ultimately the building was moved to the south of London, in Sydenham. Delamotte, which we see here, a photographer, was what is nowadays, some might say, the first photographer asked to document a building from beginning of this construction to the end. So this was the first time, because actually we'll see during during 1851, this was the moment, the end of the century also, where photography was developed. And so the Delamotte was asked and commissioned by the Crystal Palace Company to document the entire process. It's really interesting, and it's here also where that dot should not be there. Okay, it's really interesting how the story of the two buildings also start to blend. The Crystal Palace is existing on a moment where great transformations were happening on the level of representation by the means of photography, sorry. But it's beautiful to look that it's still represented in beautiful oil paintings like the one of Pissarro, and probably somehow the one that emphasizes the most this character of crystal. There were drawings made and painting further. There were serious accounts, a series accounts of images, a lot of them really beautiful, of spaces that we have never seen. And of course, if we talk about architectural representation and we talk about the evolution of image as a quite interesting, as a super important part of our profession and the promise of our profession, the introduction of the stereotopic viewer and the images as the beginning of a three-dimensional representation of space. It's also part of the history of this building. Exactly. So now I think I lost the page that I should continue to continue to go, but I think it's rather, I'm really finishing it. Okay, sorry, yes. No, I lost it. I'm really sorry. I need 1 minute. No, this is not the one. Okay. No, 1 minute, I'm sorry. Okay, this is final. By the beginning of 1954, then, the Crystal Palace had moved from Hyde Park, as I said before, the Great Exhibition Building, as Schonenfeld likes to put it, to Sydenham. In here we can see the difference between the two buildings. Paxton somehow learned from his experience, he learned from his projects, and also he somehow kind of took serious the promise of climate control and of well-tempered environment. And with some heights and lows, the building lasted for 82 years. I would like to end this presentation, thank you for being here, with some images and a video of the 2 water towers that were part of the second life of the Crystal Palace and were designed by Brunel as reservoirs for many water features of the gardens in the frontal of the Crystal Palace. I didn't know about them, and in a lot of images somehow they exist as a background, but they were quite of a silent partner of what this building was about, or at least the promise of a bigger thought of its needs and how could it be not just an enclosed interior on itself, but actually to have the infrastructure that would allow the area around to thrive. In the end, they were the only standing element, and unfortunately, not like the, and of course, it was also unfortunate that, okay, and unfortunately, they were deliberated, imploded.
Now the slow motion camera shows how, in a few seconds, the 87-year-old structure fell like a pack of cards. Appearing at first to hang in midair, the tower seems gradually to melt into the ground. So long, pal, it was nice to have known you. Who knows, maybe your 840 tons of metal may one day be sailing the seas. Anyway, whatever you become, you'll be doing your bit. And on the ground you once overlooked may be built as noble a thing as you were in your time.
So I think these words of this locutor were quite beautiful, and I would just like to end with the idea of a promise as an anticipatory design method, as an optimistic approach to a possible failure, and not preconceived ever as an ending point, but the starting of something. I pass finally the mic to Fede.
Wow, thank you. I think you showed a great work. And so if the beautiful lecture of Mariana was focusing on an object that could contain somehow the promises that we're still working on these days, I'll focus more on, let's say, the process of producing promises during gatherings within architects like Symposia. And I have a movie as well. And this are the beautiful images recorded by Laszlo Moholy-Nagy during the trip of the Patrice II from Marseille to Athens during the 4th Siam. And we started to question the last semester, also with some students here in the auditorium, which were somehow the conditions also in which these bold statements of modernity, the promises of modernity were built. And also we started to think if it's true, or if we can somehow falsify the statement that the growing number of moments of encounters of architects, of biennales and triennales somehow weaken the possible delivery that the Congress or a conference of architecture can give. And so we tried to focus on which were somehow the promises of the symposia starting from 100 years ago to these days. And so we start from the past promises, and as I was saying, with really bold statements somehow that remind maybe more religion than architecture when we talk about truth, but in the La Sarraz Declaration, so somehow the first modern Congress of Architecture, in the words of Le Corbusier and the others participating, there is this idea of replacing architecture on its true plane, which is the economical and the sociological one, against the academicism and historicism that, of course, was driven by the indignation of the loss of the competition for the Palais des Nations by Le Corbusier in favor of an academic project. And this will lead Le Corbusier to gather some 25 architects and invite them to La Sarraz for the first preparatory meeting of the SIAM, which was also in the end a reception in the castle of an aristocrat, which is Hélène de Mandreau, in the center of the photo, with all the other architects around. And so the declaration of La Sarraz was produced, we talk about religion, I mean, in the chapel of the castle of La Sarraz, and right in front we have maybe one of the most famous collective portraits of the history of architecture. But at the time, we have to consider that the group was composed strategically also of teaching, so of professors, along with Le Corbusier, Gideon, and Moser, but also we see that some big names were missing to the first SIAM: Mies, Gropius, Aud, Elisinski, etc. But the program was really, really ambitious, and so during the days they discussed relevant and really, as I said, ambition questions spanning from urbanism to the relationship between architecture and the states somehow. But after this preparatory meeting, they needed also a method somehow to work together, and so notably the first SIAM then it happened in Frankfurt, of course, as a lot of us know, by also showing these 120 plans redrawn at the same scale, exhibited in the House of Werkbund. But this, of course, to promote modern architecture was not enough, and so they decided to have the main reception and the main meetings in the brand new finished refurbishment of the Palmengarten by Ernst May in Frankfurt, which we can call, I would say, also a climatic design avant la lettre, with this double glazed say facade to host plants and the structure of the building as well. And talking of modern environments to host the congresses, as we were seeing before, of course, the boat, the Patrick II, is probably one of the most famous settings where a conference of architecture took place. Nonetheless, this was a plan B, because the Congress was meant to be in Russia, in the USSR, and so at the last minute they managed to rent, let's say, one deck of the boat, and then they left Marseille to the way for Athens, where they carried all these comparative plans with a strict method of scales and also representation of the functional areas of the city and the circulation areas of the different cities. But as we were seeing before, of course, the explanations and the sessions were taking place in a really, really, really hot deck of the boat during the summer, during 17 days of navigation. And yes, and this is the audience on the boat, and of course, so also some free time in the islands. But then the final product is the Athens Charter, and so I think there's this also really interesting relationship between the final product, such an assertive set of let's say guidelines somehow, how to produce an urban plan, and on the other hand, the way that this was discussed somehow. So it's also raised the question of how do we produce scientific documents, in the words of the modern architects. And of course, this idea of the Athens Charter lasted long in the life of SIAM, so also after war they continued to apply really strict methods to represent the project. So every delegate to the 7th SIAM in Bergamo in '49 had to represent their projects with the SIAM grid, which was basically divided in the 4 functional categories of the functional city, and also the space was organized 50-50 with the audience and the display of the SIAM grids in the Palazzo della Ragione in Bergamo. But of course, at this point, CM exists since 20 years, so also the unofficial program, so what you see in pink and blue, the density of the unofficial program was almost, or if not greater, than the official program, with leisure taking place also during the intervals between the sessions and trips all around the north. So somehow the CM starts to resemble also a club. And this is the reason, I think, also why at some point the younger generations felt the necessity to replace this club with new initiatives, like the Team 10, of course, and so the meetings become more informal. We see a lot of sitting on lawns in the countryside, like, for example, the experience of the global tools in Italy from 73 to 75, where also the act of being together becomes a performance of its own. So the travel on the Rhine, or the performance in the electronic space in Florence. And of course, this starts also another tradition, which is the group of groups, because these were all young groups at the time of radical architects that, even if had global ambitions, because of course you see the program is bilingual, but in the end, when we went to analyze the composition of the attendance, you see that we're all Italian in the end. So it starts also the idea that the architectural bubbles start to be one in proximity next to each other, and no longer, of course, like the CM that had more large and international aim. And then we come to closer, probably, to these days, a critique, the promise of the critique, in the sense that in the introduction to the Charlottesville tapes by Jack Robertson, there is, of course, the idea of how to defend architecture by culturally somehow from the forces of the market, and let's say in almost joke somehow, Jake Robertson says, we did this by playing at thinking. And these are the 25 architects that convened in '82 in the University of Virginia. And we see that, of course, these are the '80s, so they are all men, 50% deans, 50% Pritzker Prize winners, to be or already awarded. But what was really interesting of this conference somehow is the format. Each architect has to bring only one project, had 10 minutes to present, and then 20 minutes of discussion. And there was also a need somehow to keep it within architects and keep only one project to discuss, not to just make a celebration also somehow of each presentation. Then the clubs continue, so somehow this is also a loose community that will continue to gather during the years. But I think what's interesting and important of this maybe a bit old-fashioned gathering is also this idea that in the end, why do we meet only between architects? It's because they felt that somehow the discipline was being guided and outsourced in its guidance by the critics. So there is a critic to the critics somehow, and they didn't have any ambition to write a manifesto, but it's also a moment where the different positions can live together, acknowledging their own limitations. Which leads to also the last promise, if you want, when we look to most recent gatherings, like the promise of relevance, in the sense that if we look at the 24-hour marathon in 2006 run by Rem Koolhaas and Hans-Ulrich Obrist, of course, the choreography and so this super formal, informal setting becomes predominant, maybe even over the content, and takes place in the pavilion design, of course, by OMA itself. But in one day, basically in 24 hours, they managed to interview 70 people for 30 minutes each interview. But what interested us of this specific meeting, of course, it has to do a lot with the art world because of Hans-Ulrich Obrist and the Serpentine, but if we look at the lineup, I'll say 60, not 70 people, it starts and it ends with architects, and then we have a really diverse floor of interviewees. But it's, when we talk about relevance, it's also the question of how our architecture stands within or close to the other disciplines. Is it by contrast? Is it by parasiting them? Is it by alliances, etc.? And I think this is why we had also the interest to understand this kind of meeting. And I will conclude by probably turning the ones that I explained, like promises, as questions. Because somehow, if then we think back to the conditions also in which the first SIAMs produced their statements or the manifesto, there was always this pressure also coming from the outside. So be it the predominance of historicism in the representation of the buildings for the power, or when you come to more recent times, how do we deal with the forces of market economy, and how do we keep architecture as a highly cultural valued object. And yes, I think I will conclude here and hopefully open these questions then for this discussion that will come. And yeah, I invite maybe on the stage Marc Angelil and Anna Maria Meister. Marc, I have your notes here, yeah, if you want to. Yeah, sure. It was here. Water? Oh, okay. So just microphones.
Great. Thank you very much for these interlocking presentations. I'm playing tennis with my partner, Anna Maria Meister, from here. And we have 3 players on the other side of the court. So we decided to have 3 balls. And we'll change the rules of the game, obviously. Great. So is this still a PowerPoint, or did you do a PDF? It's okay, great. So we had 3 presentations, very quickly. The first one, why promises? Question mark. And you notice there were lots of question marks. Huh? So, a statement is made and then you put a question mark behind it. And then promises of crystal palaces with S, okay? Because according to Sloterdijk, there are more than 2. And then promises of symposia by Federico. So what I did is, I hope you can read my writing. I hope I can read my writing as well. Those were quick notes taken when I received the slides from you that I never received. So I think this was also very interesting. I thought this is an interesting strategy. I promised the slides and they never come and they never come. It was Wednesday, Thursday, and then suddenly we were here. Okay, good. So, why promises was the first presentation, and the first thing I realized that there is a general tendency to constantly question whatever you want to advocate. Okay? So it is a Suratur, it is a strategy, eine doppelte Durchkreuzung, introduced by Heidegger and then picked up by Jacques Derrida in his work on deconstruction, where you put on a term, like say to be, and then you cross it out. Okay? So this was a kind of, I really enjoy that because it's a kind of deconstructivist approach that we saw throughout the thing. However, so I need to see what I can see. So promises, I went to the dictionary. So it's a neuter past principle of promittere. And that's, I think, quite interesting, meaning something put forth. So you put something forth. So from the pro, putting something forward, and mittlere is to send it. Okay? So I think it's a clear statement that you want to make, and as soon as you do that and you cross it again, you retract it. Okay? So I think we will need to talk about that. Okay? And then I went to Hannah Arendt because she is the person that really made statements about promises. Interestingly, in her book, Crisis of the Republic, and even more interestingly, in the chapter on civil disobedience. This is where she unravels the term promises. Okay? And I think this is extremely interesting because she writes, promises are the uniquely human way of ordering the future, okay? Making it predictable, so there is a desire to make something predictable, and reliable to the extent that is human possible. This was 1972. So it is a pledge, promise is a pledge, and a commitment to a cause, and a promise generally must be kept. Okay? This is agreed upon. And as soon as you do a doppelte Durchkreuzung, you put us, in, I mean, you were drained in deconstructivism. It is time maybe to move away from it. So then she says it is a social contract. Okay? I think that's also very interesting that she said that, pointing to its potential and implementation. Okay? You said you wanted to put the emphasis on practice. So inherent to the promise that is usually a kind of verbal act, there is the implication of its possible implementation into practice. This is one thing to promise and another to act. Okay? So what I heard from you guys is that you want us to move into the notion of acting. And then promises are generally optimistic. Okay? And this is where it brings us back to our own discipline, which is inherently optimistic and positive discipline, one of hope and of great promises. Okay? This is maybe why we all studied architecture, okay? Because you don't start with the burning. Okay? You start with something and then maybe it by burn will be demolished. So we are asked now in this context to look at promises themselves, but also at the challenges of the promised. So this is what I'm getting from you, and yet watch out for empty promises, okay? Because they exist as well, in particularly today, in today's politics. And what are the hidden agendas of these emptied promises? So this was the first, what I got from the slides that I didn't receive from the first presentation. And then on the second one, promises of crystal palaces, and I really enjoyed the fact that there was an S behind it, okay? Because there are already in the first crystal palace, there were many crystal palaces, and then it took off. I think the plural is extremely important, and it is a clear case study, okay? Though, in this case, one in reverse, okay? Exemplifying empty promises, I argue, okay? I would like to argue that, because I'm coming from Sloterdijk, okay? So definitely, I think there are lots of empty promises there, the empty promises of lied promises. So I think the Crystal Palace lied to us. Although it was indoctrinated in my education, we had the Crystal Palace down our veins at the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule. So Peter Sloterdijk, and I'm glad that you mentioned him, in The World Interior of Capital, which was published in 2013 in English as the last chapter of Spheres 3. So it's at the very, very end of Spheres 3. Thank God it was published also as a separate book in German in 2005, Im Innenraum des Kapitals, and then later also in English. It's one, I think, from my point of view, one of his comprehensible books. So, in the world interior of capital. So he takes the Crystal Palace and makes it the core element of how to understand and unravel capitalism. So the Crystal Palace, he says, is a monstrous edifice, an almost immaterial, climate-controlled hothouse of glass and steel. I think that's a nice description of what was put in my veins during my education. So it is a cult container in which humans pay homage to the demons of the West. So he sees it clearly as a kind of symbol of Western civilization and of the North, symbolizing the promises of capitalism, of industrialization, of colonization, which you would see inside if you saw the exhibitions which he didn't address, of technology and of progress. And then whatever remains outside, Sloterdijk argues, war, genocide, slavery, diseases, poverty, dwindles into irrelevance, okay? Because it is not part of the Crystal Palace. Who is in and who is out, and so it's a discourse on inclusion versus exclusion. And I think we need to know that when we look at the Crystal Palace. So now I'm quoting The Guardian in a review on Sloterdijk from 2014. Sloterdijk sees Paxson offspring everywhere, so there are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of Crystal Palaces all over the world, and he even considers our Western culture a Crystal Palace. Today, he says, Crystal Palaces contain the builders of globalization, while the rest is excluded, with their noses against the glass until security guards chase them away. Who can deny, Sloterdijk writes, that it is a primary aspect of Western world embodied in such a great interior today. So a totally different take than Le Corbusier's 2037 text, who basically adored it because it comprised all he wanted. So this was the second presentation. But then, you know, since there are three players, we got a third one. And this is the promises of Symposia, again in plural. Okay? So I think what is important here is that this plural suggests that the symposium is not a one-off event. Okay? So basically we are asked to think in series. Okay? And I was trying to understand, you know, the slides that I didn't receive from you, whether there was a genealogy, obviously from Siam, okay, Siam as a kind of symposium, 1928, and I think it's interesting that they met in a chapel, and I think the religious undertones, you know, in reference to truth are also important. So, and you need to know that Gideon was quite religious. So I'm sure, and this is my hypothesis, that there is a reference to the ecumenical councils by the Catholic Church. I'm showing you the one of 1542. Maybe every 100 years, so the cadence is totally different. Okay? And they lasted for several years. Okay? It's an assembly of all the bishops trying to reframe the trajectories of what they were doing in the Catholic Church. Okay? I think that's so maybe this is the reference that could be seen in the this would be the conferences of our. So there were 21 in total from 325 to 1965. The last one was 1965. So in the early 1960s, Pope John the 23rd used the term, a very interesting term, announcing the next council, aggiornamento. Okay? He says aggiornamento, bringing up to date. Okay? The objective of the council was to bring the Catholic Church up to date. Okay? And that's why they met. And this is why, I mean, this is what I'm hearing in your introduction, you know, what are the contemporary themes that should inform or could inform as promises the future of our disciplines. So I would like to argue that the Catholic Church desperately needs another one soon. So then Team 10, obviously there is a genealogy, you know, the young guys fighting against the old guys. And then what is usually not addressed and not addressed by you are the Delos Symposia by Katrin Tierwit and Konstantinos Doxiadis from 1963 to 75. Buckminster Fuller participated, Marshall McLuhan participated, there were anthropologists, etc. And this was the other group from Siam that were not allowed to enter Team 10. Okay? Those were the urbanists. Okay? So they were focusing on settlement. So they did their own thing. And if you look at what follows, is extremely interesting because they are still alive somehow, okay? But in other things. So they led to the founding of the United Nations Environmental Program in 1972. Okay, in Stockholm with the first climate conference. So there is a direct tie to them because obviously issues of settlements led to the questions of earth maintenance and things like that. And then there was the ILAUD group in Italy on education with Giancarlo De Carlo, but this was the Team 10 group. Okay? So they bypassed the Delos Symposia and then the Urban Age Conference from the Delos Symposia, and then the Habitat Conference that happened every 25 years, so 1976, where was that? In Canada, then 1996 in Istanbul, 2016 in Quito. Okay, and the next one is coming up. So these global conferences are all offspring of the Delos Symposia. Okay? So it's still very much alive. Even more so, UNEP led then to the IPCC conferences in 1908, so Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and I would like to argue that those are the most important symposia currently on Earth. It's the scientists, it's the group of scientists trying to propose the data for policy makers. And it's not the scientists that are the problems, but the policy makers. So 95 reports up to now, 1995, 21, 27, 2014, 2023, and then the next one is coming up. Okay, I think something is wrong in my dates, whatever. But what is interesting to me is just genealogy of, you know, one symposia held in series leading to the next one, either as a counterpoint or as an extension, and that they are all international, all of them. So ecumenia obviously points to the fact that it has to be a world event. So now, it's a discourse on method, which you mentioned in your second chapter. So we are talking about method. It's on the method of organized dialogue. Okay, I think the emphasis is on dialogue, okay, going beyond the monologue, going beyond the duologue, the triologue, in your case, the quadrilogue, etc., towards a form of polylogue, while avoiding the eulogue. Okay? And the eulogue is the absence of dialogue that we experience now, for example, in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. Great. So now, the Karlsruhe Architecture Symposium. So this is all a stage for our symposium, okay? And Nele is going to prepare the publication. And so there is another promise of a series along the way. And today and tomorrow we're going to talk, you know, about 5 promises. Okay, the first thing I saw, I was thinking, well, since you mentioned maintenance, shouldn't be there a promise on maintenance as well? Are there blind spots in this list? Why, what, how, by whom, and for whom? We heard it's for our discipline, so it's not public. Further information provided upon request. So those are my notes on the notes that I didn't receive.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for this analysis, and I think it's a good segue to what I'm going to say, because I think it's really important also to talk about the things that haven't been said in both the setup and the presentations. And I'm also very excited about the symposium on promises, not least because I'm really interested in its setup as an analytic. What is architecture as a promising discipline, or is it? And those of you who know me a little bit also know that I'm also I have a skeptical reflex, so we will discuss a few things. How it's exactly either not a promising discipline or not promising anything of relevance. So we'll try to talk about a few things that were left unsaid and pose questions to the speakers, but really I think to all of you, since most of us are architects or will be or want to be. And I think one first observation just off the cuff is that the selection of examples that you presented, as Mark has also observed, of course promise a sort of disciplinary homogeneity and lineage and an understanding of architecture as a modern practice that in a way I would say no longer holds or only holds in certain pockets. But such a promise in architecture is a powerful instrument, right? I mean, a drawing, an idea, or a kind of historiographical lineage can already change space and discourse. But of course, the danger of the promise is that it makes itself redundant. So when the promise of a good investment through architecture, with or without quotation marks, promises financial return, then the architecture itself, of course, is no longer relevant, really. When things are sold based on promises only, images, renderings, or when the promise of technology, which we'll have to talk about also, the missing sessions, let's say, technology as solution undoes architectural intelligence altogether, and then architecture is overwritten by another promise. Because with any promise comes responsibility. If you promise something, then somebody is expecting a return, a payout, a kind of realization. What we sell as a practice or as a discipline, as you've said, is promises. So we sell promises, but then what comes after? And that's not just an aesthetic category. What we promise depends on our belief systems, and we'll talk about faith and belief a little bit more, I think. Do we promise social justice, or just a less drafty office space, let's say? Do we promise a utopian world, or do we just promise that we might keep the deadline, or maybe even the budget? So these promises, they don't always have to come true to work, because we sell the promise and then things change afterwards. But the promise needs to be credible enough to convince others to kind of come along the way. And so we can ask questions about the setup of the promise. When does it expire, right? At what point is the promise broken? Who decides that? Is it in real time, or is that a kind of historical observation? And what if we promise something no one wants anymore, right? I mean, we still, in architecture, promise a lot of things that nobody's asking us for. So to use the promise as an analytic for architecture touches on many core things in our discipline. And as Simon has observed, maybe only in our discipline, which is one of the questions we have to ask ourselves. And there's another, talking about belief, another elephant in the room in a way. To promise is, at least on a performative level, a declaration of faith. You have to believe or to perform belief in order to promise something. So, of course, the question is, can you promise if you don't believe? And even more importantly, the question of the inside and the outside. What happens if you sort architects and architecture into believers and non-believers? And sufficient to say that the believers outside of architecture believe in other things. And so, in a way, one thing we might discuss is also the philosophy of the as-if. So if you talk about belief, so in the history of philosophy, there's a line of work, a Kantian one, let's say, by Fahinger, that's the philosophy of the as-if, which says you don't, and it's a little bit, let's say, maybe a Protestant take on life, even if you don't know or don't believe that there is something, a payout, something that comes after the promise, you behave as if there is, because it's the only alternative or the only way to live a responsible life, or in our case, to practice architecture. So maybe architects are the as-ifs. We plan as if something will be built. We imagine things as if a different world is possible. And we can only promise that we will try. But of course, that's, let's say, the positive side of the promise. That's still believing that we can do things, and that's telling ourselves the promises are great and it's the only way forward. But it's in a way, the promise of and our belief is the only tool we have. But of course there's a dark side of the promise. The promise can become a toxic tactic of delay. You keep promising something so you don't have to deliver. Or you get promised something so you don't actually get the real thing. So I think to think about this kind of dark side of the promise, both within architecture but also with architects, we can think about the moment where promises become toxic and not just beautiful and promising, but really a kind of hold-off, a tool for discrimination and all these kind of things. What's being promised to you studying architecture, right? Like what are we promising you that you will do? It's probably not what you will do later. So there are a lot of promises that are, not exactly doing what they say. They're masking something else. So there's a promise as a mask of something else. Because of course the promise has on its other side the compromise. Yeah? There's a compromising thing in architecture. So we promise one thing, but then actually what we do is compromise. Often considered second to the real thing within architecture, but really that's the practice on the ground. Why are we so in love with the promise, right? Why do we keep up the promise of the promise? And we see how it kind of takes away from certain questions of relevance. So to end in a way, I want to say on the one hand, in an educational frame, in a practical and historiographical frame, as an architect and a historian and a teacher, I think we should think in the next 2 days about the promise, the meaning of promise for a history of architecture. What have we been taught what architecture is or was? But also the meaning of promise for practice, which is kind of the center of the symposium, but also what it means for architecture education, because what we still promise, in a way, and in different ways, as we'll hear, is that there is a better life, all in quotation marks, all problematic terms, through good or better architecture. All very charged terms that were often used to exactly discriminate, exclude, and all these things. So I think this kind of dark sides are important in these 2 days of, let's say, disciplinary psychoanalysis session that we'll collectively undertake. And I think in this, as in like any psychoanalysis, we talk about the things that have not been said because they weigh heavy on the program. So there's, for example, the promise of financial return, the promise of real estate that we could talk about, or that's kind of hovering. The promise of reconstruction and cultural identity. What are we trying to construct in a kind of national identity kind of thing? The promise of technology as solution to any kind of big question. And again, the promise of architectural education. What are we promising the next generation? Because as Simon has aptly observed in the beginning, we're no longer part of many solutions. So what are we doing? Promising things. And I think by talking about the things that have not been said, but also by talking about the things that we promise despite knowing that there will never be a payout, could be interesting. So I would ask you maybe and Mark has already analyzed you, I think, very concretely, very precisely about the things that you haven't mentioned. But why, let's say, you could talk about the things you haven't said. Why do we not include the people that we don't want to talk? Why do we talk to ourselves, let's say?
All right.
So the ball is in your corner.
Many balls. We had a machine gun of balls. Okay, Simon. So we'll have about 15 minutes of discussion here on the stage and then 50 minutes with the audience.
Thank you so much.
I'm so glad you don't have a voice.
It's so horrible. So thank you so much. I think we should stop promising. That is, this, you said, you were talking about this delusion, double crossing, and I think we should all get warning signs if someone promises something he can anyway not deliver. But I think that this is a core part of our discipline, that we try to convince ourselves and others that what we bring to the table something better.
I'm very surprised that you're retracting the central theme of the conference within the first minute of our conversation. I mean, this is absolutely interesting. Okay, maybe you need to stick to your guns.
No, I don't retract. I say, this is what is so fascinating about promises, that it's necessary and evil at the same time. This is what I think makes it a fantastic starting point for the topics that are essential to the discipline.
Anna Maria, what is your impulsive response to this?
Well, yeah, I'm wondering, because it's a yes, but it's a, of course we have to, I mean, of course promising as architecture for a projective discipline is at the core, but it's also in a way, I mean, I think in a way we are still kidding ourselves, right? I mean, to keep promising, sure, like what else are we gonna do? But seeing as, and it's funny also as an analytic moment, when you start with Eiermann as this teacher who, you know, really comes from practice, of course there's, by using examples like that, of course there's also a huge series of issues and problems, because by maintaining the illusion of the promise, or by maintaining a certain lineage, we also maintain a certain status quo that really led to us being irrelevant in many places. So then how do we get away from the, let's say, if we want to be provocative, from the paralyzing quality of the promise that just keeps us locked in a discipline that still operates partially with the same mechanics.
Because maybe a footnote to this, there is a very interesting text by Bruno Latour, who went through, you know, the 80s with, you know, everything being constantly criticized. And it's one of his brilliant texts where he questions criticism. With his, you know, enough of deconstructing everything that we touch. And I read this text recently, and then I got your program. I thought, these guys, you know, will provide promises again, okay? Rather than promising and then question it and then criticizing it and then turning it around and finding, you know, the blind spots of it, and at the end we are strangled by this act of endless criticism. Okay? So he turns it around and says, let's stick to our guns. What do we really want to promise? Okay? And this is where he becomes then extremely productive in his sociological and philosophical writings.
Yes.
So no more question marks.
No. But I think we cannot go back to kind of simplistic promises once we went. So
no, we have to reframe what promises are.
But we can also still.
In tennis, there is this moment where you have an advantage.
I think that we can leave behind that whole deconstructing all the time, yes. But that should be the base we start with. And we should not believe anyone. And we should not have a faith to share. That's why I look forward to a setting where those who will talk based on years of experience, of trying to work according to an idea which for others now is just a slogan to be on the good side of story. And so it's, let's say, it's an interesting, for me, exchange or also gathering of practices who will hopefully let us see inside the discipline from a standpoint which is famed and is it's not that simple. And in all the discussions we had before, we hopefully also understood where are the problems of these approaches.
I think you had a slide where you said it's complicated. Okay. I think it is complicated, and I think you're on a very interesting track, because you're not, adding question marks to question marks. You're not trying to unravel, what a promise could really be, knowing that, there are question marks, and knowing that it has it has to be seen from another vantage point. So let's try to hear now Mariana and Federico. Get you in the fold.
Before I go to your beautiful comments, Mark, upon the Crystal Palace, because I think, yes, it's something, I think it's a well of, it's a project as a well of discussion for many, from the many different points of view. I would just like to add to the thing of the promises that we don't promise, or the promises that we don't bring forward with this symposium. And somehow, not that I disagree, but we expect that these hidden promises also come within their own fields of the promises that we rather put forward. Because I have the feeling that, as we tried to describe in the beginning, none of these promises can be seen as one entity. As if I talk only about climate design, I cannot talk about circularity or technology or the economical value or the economical limit of a building. And what we find, or what we are hoping for, is that the beginning of these topics, which were really hard to select, rather leave space for these hidden promises to come and to flourish, and to understand that, of course, with every thing that you bring forward, there are many more, like the iceberg now. With one thing that you bring forward, there is an entire world of things that you don't bring forward and that you don't talk about it. And I think that is also the beginning of discussion, because if one brings everything to the table, then there is almost no room left.
There's no room left, and we could also take a 17-day trip on a ship where nobody can escape, and then we'll see what happens. No, but I think you're totally right that the question, and a few people might jump. I mean, and I think you're totally right that, and what you said also. I mean, it's always in a way, and that's kind of the game. It's easy to be on the other side and then say, well, you didn't talk about this and you didn't say this. But I think it's also important to have this back and forth, because yes, speaking from experience, and we'll talk in the participation panel. We already had a little discussion. It's a kind of this, it's a space of maneuvering between cynicism and total naivete, and it's a or let's say or a belief in a way. I don't think we can get rid of the belief, because it's everywhere. I mean, we can pretend to, but it's everywhere. The belief that we are doing something, or that we're teaching something. But yeah, I think there's meta topics. I just often like for example, let's say the promise of real estate investment or something. It's something that hovers, but we don't often really address it. Maybe because it's not an intrinsic promise that we officially make, so it might be a kind of one of the masked promises somewhere. Yeah.
We hope that it will come on the agency.
What I very much enjoy about what you said is that, the diagram that Simon showed at the very beginning of the conference, the 5 chords, you're starting to overlap them, okay? And it became very clear for the UN when they started to work on the SDGs, the Sustainability Development Goals, which were not top-down, but came bottom-up through all the institutions of the UN, various experts and diplomats involved in it. It was a participatory process dealing about climate design and obviously circularity and agency, and their obsession was to give it a form. So they went through long and complicated negotiations all over the world. So you've got kind of ecumenical council, okay, on climate and sustainability that was taking shape. Okay? And it has turned out to be a promise. Okay? Partially successful, partially not. Very complicated, but at the global level.
Yeah, so...
it might really be that this is a symposium on form, actually. But we'll see.
We'll see. But no, I was interested by what you said, maybe Anna Maria, at some point on this toxic tactic. So at some point when the promise goes in the negative space of the promise, and probably I must say that, for example, the promise of real estate already contains maybe already like the poison, maybe in a way, because of course it's not a term that is like positively accepted culturally by the discipline. I think there's also a bit of a
I think
tricky
that's a
field.
I agree, but I think it's a very architectural perspective, yeah.
Yes, exactly, absolutely. But so my question would be, on the other end, in your opinion, is it possible then to have an architecture purified by promises? What is this? Is it just construction? Is it nothing? Is something which is not culture even? Or?
I'm very, right,
Why
exactly.
don't you try to answer your question yourself? That would be very interesting. What do you think?
I think that it's not possible to have architecture defined as such without the promise, I mean, or let's say an interpretation of which promise you can give, because of course otherwise it's just, it lacks the injection of culture that makes architecture, I think, somehow. So I think it's in the cultural dimension, maybe the key, but of course another question mark.
You use the word purified. So what's your opinion on
No,
that?
because of course I think as the opposite of toxified, like, yeah.
That's to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think neither. I mean, I think it's really about the space in between, because it's. I don't. I mean, and that's in a way maybe the promise will have a lot of these kind of metaphors and name dropping. The promise, but also the question of the symposium is how far does the promise as an analytic go? Because it can always turn into the kind of toxic, negative thing. You can question it cynically, but also there's no other really way forward. So it navigates.
Yeah, but the toxic promises are very obvious. Yeah? Promising a wall between the US and Mexico, everybody knows it's toxic. Okay? Everybody knows that walls don't work. So those are the easy ones. But nonetheless, you have 5 here in which you thought, okay, are those the toxic ones? Those are the ones that you are putting forth as promises.
But I would argue that all of them are potentially also toxic, because also the wall, of course, there was a competition held for a more beautiful architectural wall, the better wall, and architects contribute and propose good designs for the wall. Even. So
let's talk about those. Do you see toxicity in there?
Absolutely.
Yes. So tell me where.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is where we.
So the promise of agency, for example,
Okay.
can easily be turned into either like a delaying tactic. Yes. You promise agency, you never give it, but then you kind of people bear with you longer. The promise of participation can become, for example, a promise of form rather than about participation.
There is danger to their implementations, but they are not a priori toxic. I mean, you need to clarify that now.
I'm not an a priori kind of person, I think.
Exactly.
So I don't think there's anything a priori toxic in these in architectural promises, but they're instrumental.
There are subcurrents to each team that could be diverted for the worst of of it, and have been in history. Yeah. Okay, I take that. Simon.
I think this was the attempt with this summary for each one, that of course each one of these promises has a great potential, and we wouldn't put them forward if we wouldn't believe that these are the topics that are really worth to work with as architects.
Well, you see hope in them.
Of course I see hope, but I also have no choice than to see hope, you know. So this is my professionalism, to be unprofessional. So this means that I think we have to go beyond the naive hope, and this is the layout.
Okay. At the very beginning, in your introductory statement, you said that this conference was directed toward practice. Okay. We are now very much operating within a kind of theoretical realm. So let's try to move in the last few minutes of our conversation into how to translate that into practice.
I mean, now let's say the guests, the next panels, let's say, will be held by people from a practice who translated that into. Okay. So we don't have to do that here. Okay. That is like the game plan for the whole. Still, it will be kind of then reflected by people partially in practice, partially not. Because I think this is also more interesting for the people who come, that they will have someone in front who has a different set of references and thinking tools.
Mariana, and then
Yes, I think
Anna
I would,
Maria.
for the question
Then
of
we
the practice, and this will be, I think, also quite short, and also to our students, because we do design studies, we do practice. I think it's also quite interesting, or at least I see the promise a bit as these anticipatory strategies of Buckminster Fuller, and a bit of what Anne-Marie just brought to the table, which is, if we don't manage to believe in something or to project an interesting future to ourselves and to what we think it would come, how can we really help whatever happens to move forward? And I think this value of anticipation and this idea of anticipatory consciousness of what our profession is, I think it will be shown in all of the panels, and I think that is, for me, the relation both for the practice, both from the teaching experience that we have been experienced.
All right. Anna Maria, last word on the panel?
No, I think opening up is good.
All right, let's open up the floor for discussion. There's one back here. Do you need a microphone, probably, or you have to be super loud? No, we have people online. Please introduce yourself first.
Hi, I'm Tom Wilkinson. I'm a new member of the team here, I guess, with Anna Maria. So it's nice to meet you all. And I'm not an architect, so I'm going to humbly suggest a promise is missing here that's very important to practice, actually. And it's a promise that architecture often, if not always, fulfills. And that's profit.
Sorry, say that again, that architecture confirms. A profit.
Profit.
Yeah. So architecture
promises profit.
Profit, okay.
And I think it's interesting to think, in English there's this term, a promissory note, which is another name for a banknote. And it's kind of interesting that the German translation of that is Schuldschein, debt note, rather than a promise. But in English, a banknote is a promise that you will pay the person who holds it some money. And in a way, an architectural design is also like this kind of promise, which is often fulfilled. For architectural workers, you get a wage. For architectural practices, you perhaps earn a profit. And most importantly of all, for investors, they earn a return on buildings. So I think this promise is one that we can be more optimistic about as people working in architecture.
It's interesting that this is coming from a person involved in waste management and the history and theory of waste. So the commodification of architecture, okay, is very much at the forefront of what you are saying, and it promises returns. Do you want to respond straight to this, Lars? No? No, okay. Let's go on another trajectory. We keep you in mind, and maybe somebody wants to respond. Lars, wait a second. We give you a microphone.
I wrote this as I listened to Mark's, I think, brilliant comments. Architecture is always an empty promise. every building is a crystal palace, empty. Think about the loft. Every symposium is an empty promise. The emptiness gets filled by life. Architects mistakenly, I wonder, attempts to fill the empty promise by life tools, mirrors, and cul-de-sacs. How much do we fill of that promise? That empty, by its very nature, is an empty promise.
So you're saying at the very core of architecture is that every promise is, as a matter of fact, always an empty promise.
Because we have been through an era where promises have been enormously assertive.
Yes.
It is time to think of them as empty. And that we are, just like its promise itself, a bit lost.
It's a very interesting proposition that we should change the name of the symposium to Empty Promises Upon Request. That's what I'm getting. Anybody who wants to respond to the two statements made, the commodification of architecture and the statement by Lars on empty promises, from the panel or in the audience?
I mean,
oh, no, sorry, there is somebody there. Okay, let's add a third one to it, and then we'll try to discuss it. So keep in mind, we have two things on the table.
Sorry, first of all, I'm Sezin. I'm a visiting PhD student from Turkey, actually, Middle East Technical University. So I will sit just a moment. So I was a bit suspicious about the term promise with its this toxic connotation usually. So I would like to ask, or maybe add another term that maybe we can think about. That's again, it can sound like a wordplay, but it's premise. Like it has this reference to the not the forward meaning.
The
of
premise
time,
as site.
but before, yeah, premise.
Oh, before you mean?
Yeah, premise has this connotation to before,
Okay.
more before timeline. So if a promise can be an architectural promise, can we maybe include premises to that? Then maybe we can discuss it to a more toxic extent, maybe. I just thought about this while I was
So
listening.
it is a kind of pre-promise.
Premise,
Yeah.
as, yeah. What we have in our hands to, maybe think about what we can offer within architectural thinking and practicing as well.
Okay, so we have three propositions on the table. Maybe Lars, what do you think about the first one? Okay, if everything, if every promise that architecture makes is an empty promise, how would you respond to the first gentleman who said, as a matter of fact, there is one theme missing, and that's the commodification of architecture and its promise to bring returns? Is this also an empty promise? Very good. Go to the corner. Yeah, microphone. Wait a second, microphone. So you spent a weekend with
I spent a weekend
Sloterdijk.
with Sloterdijk at Bard College in connection with some symposium. Anyhow, I was very inspired by him. There was something fundamentally sort of unsettled with him. That was none of the stuff that we were relying on was no longer, everything was starting to melt. And that was enormously liberating, because living under this pressure to always promise something useful. And I had spent my life trying to promise that the suburbs was a good idea, when I have come to the conclusion that it's a disastrous idea. It took me a whole life. And I think Sloterdijk began kind of undigging me. So I don't listen very much anymore. I have a
Perfect.
I have a tendency to kind of contemplate my own mistakes.
No, because
There
I
are
mean,
many.
at the very beginning you said we all err, right? We make errors, okay? And I think it's fantastic that at some point, you know, if you have a conviction and then you know you have a discussion with a philosopher, and you come to the conclusion that you erred. Okay? During the pandemic, I heard, you know, people being in favor of suburbia again, you know, because
That was an escape.
I think, yeah, it could have been an escape, yes. So, well, we have 3 propositions on the table. I would like to have some responses from the panel.
Shall we give up diction now? You did well. No, I never believed you anyway. So, I think it's maybe, I mean, Sloterdijk's, for me, most beautiful book is The History of Cynicism, or cynismus. And he does the differentiation between, like, saying the wrong thing, smiling, and with a good intention, or to say it in a nasty way. I think the promise and the empty promise is for me exactly that. I can say an empty promise and it can still have a value. I still believe that, you know, it's, in the end, it's not about who will keep the promise and who is behind, but is it promising in the end? So I think that what we... Yes, exactly. Yes.
Sure,
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
The empty
So-
promise is always inside of every promise made, including the one of the first one. So that's what I had hoped you would respond to him, if you had listened. They are both together. That's what you're saying. Okay. But maybe, because I assume that this symposium will be repeated sometime in the future, if you know, if we follow your argument that it has to be a series, and there might be a genealogy, and there might be those against it, etc., that we need to pick up those themes of empty promises, pre-promises, and you know, the issue of financialization of everything. That runs through all the themes. Okay, I think that maybe since you're on the faculty, you should think about the next symposium maybe in 2 years or 3 years or something like that. Simon.
Yeah. To the first remark, I mean, of course that, let's say, for us architects, it's, I think, pretty difficult to see that wherever there is a lot of money in building, architecture does not care at all. No, it's I think we can sum it up very simply. All the real estate markets where the biggest lucrative or interests are, architecture is totally irrelevant as a discipline.
Extremely interesting what you said, because what I'm getting from you is that architecture is a form of resistance to these forces at work that are driving our society. And I think this is a great final statement on your part, because we have reached exactly 12:30 and lunch is ready. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation.
Hello, hello. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm singing.
Turn it off, maybe. We start. Hello, everyone. It gets better and better. We start with the second panel, or the first real panel of participation. We have in the same kind of play game plan as explained. You have Jane Hall of Assemble Studio, a British educated architect. You teach yourself in King's College, and you're part of a practice which won a lot of prizes and got kind of into my heart with the nail house. I call it always this kind of resistance building under highway bridge, and we will then continue with Tiago. Where's Tiago? Mota Seraiva, Atelier Mob, and teaching at Faul, who got into my heart with this poor old man who has to turn around to see the valley in his house. Two examples, I think, very interesting practices who chose not to put forward, let's say, our signature, although, I mean, you start to have a signature which is very clear with a lot of little colors, but it's not something which is mainly a research of a handwriting, of an authorship of the architect, but a joyful embracing the fact that you're not alone to design, you're not alone to take decisions. And you do that since how many years? 2010. No, so it's also even it's a period which is long enough to understand. When we prepared these like 20 minutes inputs, would be great to understand how you got there, how to take that endeavor, what you learned from that. And so I'm very happy that you will take the microphone and then hand it over, and then we will have Anna Maria Meister and Marie Mrduljaš joining you, as I will not take the microphone in between. I will quickly talk about the two guests as well. Anna Maria Meister, you saw before, and you understood that it's a nice thing that whatever you say sounds more intelligent if then Anna Maria sums it up afterwards, and this is good for all of us. And then we have Marie Mrduljaš, who is a bit the same. No, it's not totally true, but Marie is coming from University of Zagreb and is one of the specialists in Yugoslav architecture and Yugoslav architecture. Even if the architecture is not true, but the Yugoslav state was, of course, a lot about empty promise of participation, but at least it was put forward as one of the answers to kind of the West, or also the East, to both of the kind of main systems, that the Yugoslav way is the way of participation, and of course it was not so true. So I look forward to understand your work and then the comments and enjoy the rest of the afternoon without having to take a microphone in my fingers again.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jane. I just want to say thank you so much for the invitation to be here. Simon and I met in Mexico City at a different symposium, so I'm enjoying making these connections, and see you at the next one. So I'm part of a multidisciplinary architecture collective called Assemble. Maybe hold those words carefully. I think there is maybe an underlining thought here about the value of categorization, particularly the category of the architectural professional that really kind of underpins our approach to this topic of participation. My talk is framed by 4 texts, all from art discourse. So again, a trespassing into other disciplines. Relational aesthetics was a text that many of us were set at university and at the time kind of rejected. We were not that into these kind of theories. We were into having a more hands-on experience of practice. But I think actually the text, 14, 15 years later, I look at it, I'm like, right, yeah, that's what we were doing. So Nicolas Bourriat said, a set of artistic practices, relational aesthetics is a set of artistic practices which take as their theoretical and practical point of departure the whole of human relations and their social context, rather than an independent and private space. So this is something that really relates to Assemble's first project, which was the kind of transformation of a disused petrol station into a cinema. And really, this was not a design project. There were no drawings at all. It was really an observation of derelict space in the city and the idea that it could be remade as somewhere for public use. So this is 2010. This is the Conservative government taking power and idea of the big society. The Cinerolium was entirely made by volunteers, many of whom were from kind of architectural field because they were our friends, but also attracted others who were not, and really could only have been realized with this collaboration from people from different fields. So we really understood the kind of taking on of the delivery of an architectural material object, but we had no idea about programming a cinema. How does projection work? How does sound work? How do they contribute to the architectural space and the transformation of the petrol station? So the site becomes really important, and in a lot of our work, the site is always very present in the process of creating the architecture. So we used the site as the place to make the work, but the work was therefore designed at this moment, this act of making. And coming back to this morning's discussion, what's really, I think, interesting and clicked in my mind was a promise is inconsequential, really, until the act of making. And for us, architecture really begins when something, an element, a moment of actual material making happens. And really this kind of sharing, this creation through making of a sharing of knowledge and a sharing of expertise. So we worked very closely with theatrical chandlers who rig theatre spaces, who came on site and really showed us how to make the curtain element, which then had a moment of theatricality where we would stand around the outside of the cinema and hoist the curtain at the end of a film, revealing people to the street. So the whole space becomes participatory, right? You don't just come and sit in a cinema and sit back and wait. The whole thing is moving around you and you are part of creating it. And really another thing that became quite clear to us through the making process was transformation, and how important the perception of the physical and urban environment is to how we then use it. And what if we can transform that? What if we can change that with very little? So the cinema is made from scaffolding boards. It's made from Tyvek, damp-proof membrane material that usually you do not see on the outside of the building. And through careful craft-related activities, we transform these materials as we transform the space. So a lot of our work is about simple moves that can bring attention to things that are extraordinary and maybe overlooked in the everyday. I love showing this photo because no one else in Assemble will show this photo. It's controversial because of how ugly the ceiling tiles are. Don't know if you noticed that. Really, really ugly. But they were the existing ceiling tiles, and we created a vacuum former, a kind of DIY vacuum former, to manipulate them, right? This is a project. And, you know, there's a big fight. Should we put them up? They're so ugly. And really what's really important is that, you know, it was really a piece of kind of love and dedication to work out how to do this and then to do something that we included it. So the space has also got the hand of the maker, the hand of that experimentation, and the outcome might not be perfect. And so really there's in our work a very fine line, and maybe something Simon was sort of kind of intimating of an aesthetic that comes with this, but also the kind of territorialization of aesthetic that comes with production and making, and we think the two are very closely tied together. So this would have been a good photo shown you when I was describing the hoisting of the curtain, but this is the image from inside the cinema, the moment of exposure at the end of the film when the credits are rolling up. People are then kind of thrown into the street and the passerby becomes the audience member. And again, this idea of surprise, of intervention, of being able to just provoke and change what's possible through small material moves in the space. So this is kind of the car park behind the cinema. And really this then underpinned our real interest as a collective working together on design projects, that all of our work would be rooted in the act of making, and that we would do this in a way that opened up making processes to others. And I'm going to talk through and frame the rest of the presentation through three ideas that I thought when this idea of participation was set as this panel, where I think we are thinking as a practice about participation. So value, where does the value lie and who does it exist for? Does anyone know this project? Thomas Thwaite, the Toaster Project. Oh, you've got so much to look forward to. So Thomas Thwaite takes a toaster and he completely takes it apart. He works out that there are 404 pieces to the modern toaster, and he sets out to try and make every single piece by scratch. It's this real durational interest in how the world around us is made. And the toaster he made costs, I think he says, 250 times more than just buying it at the supermarket or wherever you get your toasters these days. And he has these really amazing images of all of the components laid out. And really it's this idea of being able to take apart the world around you, that if you feel able to do that, then you can then affect it, you can then intervene. So our studio is a kind of expression of that. We have a kind of open access area of tools, which is kind of amassed through a lot of our projects, but we share our space with lots of makers. Mainly carpenters, but metal workers, artists, textile designers, graphic designers. And so together we have our autonomy. We're not always doing things with each other, but we always talk to each other. We always create moments of exchange. And really for us, there's a fine line between participation and collaboration. And following this notion that design really begins with making, we've created a working environment, a methodology that brings us physically closer to people who will be producing the built environment. We understand that our architects, our value does not lie in fabrication, but we can create better connections with each other. So parties, of course, are really important to forging those strong connections. And so the places that we make often are rooted around social spaces and places of informal exchange. The practice of architecture has this kind of duality between the contractual, formal side that we have to engage with, and then an informal way of working, which is about really a sense of generosity, enablement, and collaboration. And this really translates kind of across all we do. So we've even worked in Japan, where we don't share a language, where we don't share a culture, where we're geographically far away from each other. But we worked with makers, local makers and craftsmen, and delivered elements that we could, which really actually meant just going and hanging out together. That the participation was just about enjoying and being with each other and exchanging ideas. And it ended up in a quite beautiful architectural object, but really the value is in the experience. Voice is a particularly important one, I think. Architects often have quite a loud voice, but doesn't go very far often. And so the reference for this is really Richard Wentworth's Making, Doing, Getting By. Anyone familiar with Richard's work? His name came up on the Serpentine Pavilion slide earlier. So, he's really a part of the kind of old guard of British artists. But he brings to his work humor. He brings to his work a kind of observational quality of the everyday. We would call this bodging. Do you have this word in German? Bodging. It's a great word, to bodge something, to just make it work, to do what you need to do to get the thing to happen. And he identifies a beauty in this. He says a creativity beyond functionality, something transformative that lurks beneath the surface intention in acts of ordering and repair. And I think what he's really getting at is that these kind of moments really express something of the human engagement with the built environment and shaping it to work. So for one of the projects that's really kind of close to us as a practice is called Granby 4 Streets in Liverpool. This is quite an old photo, and this is pretty much what this area of Liverpool still looks like today. It's gone through a real period of managed decline, where the local government, even on a national level, has abdicated responsibility for it. And the residents really lost their voice. They had no agency in where they were living. They were really forced, because of this dereliction, to leave. And the response of those who stayed was to green the area. So greening takes maintenance, it takes care, but it's also very visual. So they were able to kind of express the fact that they were still living there and show that they cared about where they lived. They painted the houses that weren't even their houses. And there are these really nice moments that resonate with Wentworth's work of just getting things to work for them. But actually is small moves which underpin a huge form of political resistance in the built environment in Liverpool. So this is really the 1990s, early noughties. But they wanted to renovate the houses. They wanted to bring people back to Liverpool. And we worked with them to do that. So we started with 10 houses. And a lot of our way of working is with big models, creating a language, a vocabulary to make quite abstract, large ideas tangible to communities who we don't necessarily share knowledge with, or who come with different knowledge. And in a way, I like the model as a promise, right? It kind of makes physical the intention, but because of the scale and the detail, it's obviously not the real thing. And people can reach their hand in and they can change it. And that somehow as a move, as a physical move, could have repercussions later. So we work a lot through models. It's one of our kind of main ways of participating. For us, however, the outcome was very bland. It was this is what we could do for the money we had, and really the houses didn't express years and years of activism and people living in this area. And you can see on the right, these two images show a mantelpiece and tiles that have some decoration. And really these interventions what led us to making a series of products for the home. So this was something extra. This is something that we made with the people living there. Everything could be made in your back garden. So the smoking of that barbecue is for these doorknobs. And it led to the creation of a series of products which allowed us to start a architectural ceramics business called Granby Workshop, which employs people locally and is now a completely independent organization. And this was the project that we won the Turner Prize for. And so really kind of appealed also to a completely different discipline of fine art world, weirdly. So at this point, we're alienated from architects and we're alienated by artists who hate us for trespassing. And so this is where we live now as a practice, in this kind of liminal, in-between moment. And really, this idea of everything being made by hand, so every single one is different, but it still engages with modes of production, that things can be produced at scale, but still have a sense of the handmade and a sense of the expression of the individual. And I think that, especially when you're thinking about participation, is always something that you're kind of holding in tension. And the last one is visibility. The text is Claire Bishop's Artificial Hells. Anyone know this text? Claire Bishop? She's cutting. Like, she is really goes for participation as an idea. She says, participation as a politicized working process. The artist is conceived less as an individual producer of discrete objects than as a collaborator and producer of situations. And really what Claire Bishop is critiquing is where participation becomes the artwork. This post-studio practice, as she calls it, where she's really drawing attention to the inequity and power relations between the artist who sees themselves as enabling people and their ability to then take that away, right? To kind of withdraw your kind of benevolent, whatever, producer of situations. And she really draws attention to the situationist, Guy Debord. Artificial Hells comes from kind of his thinking of the spectator. In our work, we've worked a lot where money is spent really badly. So we were commissioned to do a sculpture for the poorest part of Glasgow called Dalmarnock. And the sculpture was part of the Commonwealth Games. It's where they were going to live televise the destruction of social housing. 50% of children live below the poverty line. The last thing they need is a sculpture. So we took the money and we made an adventure playground. And really making an adventure playground in this context was just opening up a site which was closed to the public and enabling people through that simple act of opening a gate into the space. And really, for fun, for play, you just need some mud, but it also means you need a pair of Wellington boots and sometimes a jacket. And the playground itself is modeled on a series of adventure playgrounds which really began here in Germany, which is about building and making as the play. So you make your playground. Every year, they then demolish it all, and the cycle starts again. So young people are taught how to use saws, hammers. They're rationed with the number of nails they can use, so they then have to negotiate with each other. And it's about the neglect of young people from shaping the built environment. So another group who are often kind of left out of these conversations about how the world is built. There's a lovely quote of someone saying, well, aren't they going to cut themselves with the knives? And this anarchist play worker saying, yes, but they'll only do it once, right? And I think this is something we should think about also as architects, that we make mistakes, right? And that's okay. And if we do it together, then maybe we'll only do it once. Another lovely rule of Baltic Street Adventure Playground is, these are the rules, but there's one where it says you can do anything you want, anything, as long as you don't stop someone else from doing what they want. That's the only real rule of the playground. And of course, that we weren't completely absent. There was a kind of landscape design that went on in the background, and the playground's still running today. And this is, I think, maybe it will come up in the agency conversation, but we did all the business modeling. We sit on the board for this project. We sit on the board of several of our other projects that we've helped begin as independent companies. And I'm going to finish with taking this theme into the institution. I wrote my PhD about Lina Bo Bardi, so I'll try and keep this short. But the Museum of Art of Sao Paulo was opened in 1969, and this image was made the year before. It's really the height of the military dictatorship. So what I think a lot of people, when they see this image, don't realize is this is impossible. This playing in public space, children running freely, this inhabitation of objects for fun, with the institution as the background, really couldn't have happened. And we took from this image and used it as the point of departure to think about how we could challenge institutional authority through play, through different types of occupation of space. So we worked with children in a school in Nottingham who showed us how they play. They showed us their built environment, their school, through play. And we worked with them with clay, so translating that into a tangible material that we could sculpt together to create a play object, which was then exhibited. So the children's work is exhibited as if it is an important, which it was, sculpture in the gallery, with a series of play objects inspired by Lina's drawings. With this kind of blue thing with the ball is our interpretation of that clay sculpture, the fun house, they called it. And so within the gallery space, there were moments where the artists we were also working with in schools exhibited formally some of the work. But the really important thing was this idea of the space being dynamic. So the rules on the wall that the children had written with an artist were changed every day. They were written over, they were crossed out, new ones became apparent. And things trespassed around the gallery. Sometimes an animal would pop up next to one of the other exhibits. But the most transformative thing was the sound of children visible in the rarefied gallery space, the noise it made, the running around, everything that the institution just could not deal with. And we've done a few projects like this, where we've really tried to disrupt or use behavior, create moments of permission for alternative ways of being to happen in a space. So this ball, it's 1.7 meters wide, was just being flung around, and it was just really interesting to see this moment of two really different worlds kind of colliding. And maybe that's a good way to sum up my approach to this panel, different worlds colliding. Thank you very much.
Well, hello everyone. I wasn't expecting this very fast change, but let's start by saying that I'm talking about a thing that I like to call like a sweet failure on participation. Well, just starting by introducing myself, I'm Tiago. I'm from Atelier Mob, which is a firm that we founded in 2005, but we also made up from the firm in 2016 a cooperative that is called Working with the 99%, which is mostly a part of the works that we were doing in Atelier Mob were mostly being done, during the debt crisis, started to be funded for people that don't have the money to pay for our work. So we started to understand how to work for, well, mostly the poorest neighborhoods in Lisbon or in Portugal. How can we work there, being funded, but not paid for them, but paid because we do, although we don't do work for free. That's a thing that I will always want to clarify. Everyone is paid. Everyone has a contract in our office, so that is something that I want to clear up also, because there's always this question on this. So But working with the 99 project started in 2011 more or less, but we founded this cooperative in 2016. And we have good stories of it. So we worked a lot in different neighborhoods, in for example, Terras da Costa, which is a shanty town where we managed to do and to fund also a communitarian kitchen. This amphitheatrum also we organized in a neighborhood in the city of Lisbon. And we did books, we did technical supports also of, after the fires in 2017, we work on the renovations of a huge area that was totally destroyed. But, and we also, we don't want to see, at a certain point we were in a TV show, very mediatic TV show, and they call us the architects of the poor people. And we didn't like much this stigmatization of our work, so we also said, okay, we have to step forward. We have to be with the most poor, but we have to live there. We have to get their words and their presence also in the parliament. So we were also a little bit, in a certain way, we are working on the most poor neighborhoods, or for example with Roma communities, but we take it to the parliament, as you can see in the up, and we are also supporting some laws that are being produced, mostly now on housing, but also on interventions on social matters on this kind of neighborhoods. But the failure. This is Lisbon, Quinta do Ferro, which is an area that I didn't know much on that. So to be honest, this project started by someone knocking at our door that saw an interview of us concerning other project, and he was landowner of a small property in Quinta do Ferro, which is in an area where it's in the backs of one very high-class area in the city of Lisbon that is called Graça. But it stood like that. It's in the shadow because it's in the part of that doesn't get much sun. So it was there like just waiting to be something. And there were lots of projects from the municipality, urban plans mostly. And this is so it's in between buildings, modern buildings, but it's like, it's an in-between space, a city in-between space. As you can see it more or less here. Well, it's all of this area that you don't see high buildings. And with this kind of configuration also, well, we started in 2014-15 working here, and there were also huge changes inside of the neighborhood. For example, during COVID, there were lots of, and with the problem of housing, there were lots of people moving there, and with the rent going higher, lots of people moved there, and it's very dense because it's cheaper. It's in the city center more or less, so it's cheaper. It's the area that is most cheaper now because it has really bad conditions for people to live in. There is also this kind of this urbanism, which is something that we are always talking about, because there is this kind of feeling that the state is not going inside. So for example, you have this building that started to be built. Of course, the municipality went there. They just stopped the work, and this tower here, it's a tower because it's really huge. There, it has 3 floors, but you know. It stood like that, and this is, I think, an idea of that law. It's not coming here. They didn't demolish the building, so it just stood like there. It's still there like this, and you have this kind of constructions. That in the beginning it was something agricultural, but then they started to rent. So there are people living here now, and you have also the issue of the water. For example, you have. In the city center of Lisbon, you still have places that don't have water inside the houses. So here you can see someone that didn't have, just getting water inside. Well, we started, and also this, the thing of the garbage. It's also an issue that you can see. This urbanism, the garbage, the system taking the garbage off that doesn't go inside of the neighborhood because it's afraid or it doesn't, well, the streets don't fit, that's the official explanation, but that's a thing that, and throwing all around and no one cleaning it. So we started a process of participation. This had an issue because we were called by the landlords. We said, okay, we have to work with the landlords, but also with the tenants. And this is the sweet part because during this process, we managed to do, in 2017, we managed to do an association that got together landlords and tenants. Well, there was an interesting relationship which was not as tense as it is nowadays because, well, they don't have very expensive rents and they have connections of really long-term renting. So they know, tenants and landlords knew each other. They have more or less a proper, for example, they consensualize when they get a little bit higher the rent. So some of them, of course, some didn't, but we managed to start like the process of in a very good ambience. We do inquiries, which I'm not talking about, but well, the first process was just the blank page. What do you think we need to the neighborhood? So we got into leisure spaces for all, building renewal, green areas, one public square, one kindergarten, accessibility, walkways, urban gardening. Urban gardening, just remember this. And we announced the results of the survey. We have some roundtables, I'm not talking, this is the first meeting that we propose something. And we went there, for example, the urban gardening was quite interesting because we defined an area of urban gardening, and people start to say, no, but why there? Why there? Then people will, who is going to clean that mess? Who is going to do this and this? And at a certain point, I remember asking to the assembly, okay, but who wants urban gardening? And urban gardening was the top asked in the blank page. And no one really did want the urban gardening. So that's the thing that we have to, this was a very problematic, it's the face of the architect. It was Carolina that was next to me. She was quite worried on the reaction of people on the first step. So we redesigned the process and we didn't have any more urban gardening. Well, this was another thing that everyone was saying back, because when there is a urban problem, everyone starts to say that the problem is from the municipality and the state, and everyone was telling that most part of Quinta do Ferro was from the public sector, public administration. And in fact, we showed them, we analyzed all the ownership, we showed them that, yeah, well, at least 1/3, I can imagine it's from the public administration, but our streets, we are not going to buy it. We're not going to construct on that. So that was also a thing to provide information for inhabitants. Then we analyzed the different things. So we use also our tools in architecture to show to work on. And this was the proposal that we got in after 2 years of work, because in fact this is a story a little bit more detailed, but we managed to arrive to this idea that, do you see the mouse? Okay, that you have the public square here, new buildings in orange, and then these buildings with the former urban gardening area, which would be something that people were always asking new people to the neighborhood, that we want new construction and new public housing, which was supposed to be built here in the area that has more public plot. And that was our proposal 2017 to the municipality. And, well, we did it also with the departments of the municipality, and everyone agreed with this. This is the model. With the model, people understood much better the project than in the plans. So this is the discussion. It was, as Jane was telling, the thing of the informal, I'm not Jane, the thing of the informal, in this case it was quite interesting because sometimes we just leave the model in their headquarters of the association, we just left there, and there was people talking and leaving some suggestions, which is good also, so, because, you know, in a general assembly, you don't have everyone participating. You just have the people that feel empowered to participate. So we try to establish other steps of participation. Well, from 2017, 2020, we have this process was really a thing in the city of Lisbon with the municipality inside of it. It was okay. Also, this is a newspaper talking about it. This is the daily newspaper. Well, I'd say like the correspondent in UK, it's The Guardian, but it's the most well-known, I don't know, similar in Germany, but it's the most well-known. They published a lot of articles on Quinta do Ferro and on the project of Quinta do Ferro. But, well, 2020, also with the COVID issue and with the problem of the housing situation, Quinta do Ferro was quite easy to take some really bad pictures on housing issues. So there was a lot of articles and not TV shows, TV reportagens, TV report, no? Report? Not documentaries, but, well, this opened the daily news program about concerns about what was happening in Quinta do Ferro. So, and we had a strong reaction from the municipality. The city council, well, not the city council hadn't changed, but the urbanist councilman had changed, and he wanted to show his power, and he answered back, I will solve in 3 months I will do a urban plan, even though they didn't, and that's the thing that about this kind of, I identify it as the gentrification produced by the state, and the public sector. In a certain way, the lack of answer, just not answering did that a lot of people that started this process, very engaged with it, just left, just sold the houses, because I didn't mention, but for example, during the times we were doing this urban plan, we were contacted by 2 funds and 1 big investor asking us if there was plots there, because this is an area that you could buy cheap and you will sell it after some years very, very expensive. So there was this pressure. Of course, well, people from this neighborhood, landlords, were receiving proposals and proposals and proposals because it was a place of speculation. And with the lack of answer, the municipality was also creating this space of it. And that's what we were always talking about. Also us were part of this, because when we propose an urban plan that will change it, of course people were more interested. And when the media were more engaged and showing it, of course there were more and more people. So there is this construction of tension on the participation, on the visibility of the neighborhood that started to create this bubble of interest. Then landlords started to get this kind of, well, you cannot read much, but it's all in Portugal, it's very technical also. And landlords, with this new councilman of urbanism, started to get these notifications of you have to do works, or you will have to pay for this. So it was in a very aggressive mode. So from one day to another, municipality start not to be partner as it was in the beginning, with the all open doors, but just saying we are going to propose something. We don't care on what you proposed, because we are not taking care of it, but we will take care of this, like a police, in a certain way. Well, from 2021, they didn't propose They didn't propose an urban plan, also because the center-left government that was in the municipality lost elections. And there was even an article on Público, on the other newspaper, saying that Quinta do Ferro was one of the spaces that they made them lose the elections. It was totally, it was not predictable, but it happened. Like here you see now the mayor. It's the actual mayor from the center-right, I'd say. And he was there a lot of times during the campaign. The other part didn't went there. He was there, and in fact, he managed even, for example, this lady, she was from the Socialist Party, she was from the center-left. She moved to the other side because she was so angry because of no answer. She just organized, and a lot of people from Quinta do Ferro just went with him to say it, because they felt at least they were closer to them. Well, this was the first proposal. In fact, nothing really changed from the technical point of view of the municipality. And the first proposal, which we know now that was already from the other councilman, was totally the same. So even though there was a political change, the proposal was more or less the same. Did that in the area that was the core of the neighborhood, which was a very organic construction site. They proposed like a normal, conventional building, 3-4 buildings, with an issue that they use perequation. I don't know if you have it in the law, but it's something like landlords just will pay some part of the infrastructures, but they have a scheme of saying something like that. If you have constructed an area constructed of 100 square meters, then you will, if you don't have the money to pay for the infrastructures, we will take 25% of it, so we will take 25 square meters, so you'll keep 75. You have to get together with another two or three landowners, and you will build a new building. So people that, these landlords are not very, now we have all kinds of landlords, but on that time we have very poor, not with capacity of investing. So they will, from one day to another, they had a construction of 100 square meters, and from one day to another, they start just to have building constructions. Building permit to construct, which is something that, of course, for example, funds bought a lot because it was something that people were not supposed to, they didn't have the money to build, so they just sell it. So it's another way, it's another step where municipality just opens the door for other layer of buying property. But so this is the axle that they gave to them. But then they step back now, which is this area, and this was now the last proposal that was formalized, and it's now in public discussion, started this week. So it was approved by the municipality to go to public discussion, and it has a green area, and it stays more or less some change, but it stays more or less with the configuration of the properties, but not really. Well, what we are not really understanding is what this urban plan will take us. Where will it take us? That's something that still, it's not very clear what municipality was supposed to do now afterwards, and what is going to, because with the Lisbon master plan, people that are here, they cannot do much on their buildings because it's so strict, the situation. They can ventilate it, they can lose spaces, they can but they cannot do much on. That's one thing that we started by understanding that with the generic plan, and that's why we defended that it should be an urban plan just adapted to this area. But the municipality doesn't want to do this and just do the kind of a simple sketch just to answer back, because now, even though the government changed, people are feeling that it's a little bit, they are getting more or less the same. And this, it's underway. So on Monday, when I'm back on Sunday, but on Monday afternoon, they organized, it's a very popular design, graphic design, in fact. We are always saying to them that if you want, we can do it a little bit but they put always a lot of tests, but it's done by them from the association. But this is the public discussion that I will participate, and I'll try to explain now, because we moved from being the guys that were doing the project with them, the urban plan, to well, providing technical assistance to the association and to the well, mostly the landlords now, mostly the landlords, because tenants are spread. In fact, tenants were moved, relocated, or either, well, now tenants that are there are really in a bad condition, so still not pretty much clear on, and they don't want to participate in the processes now. So this is something that will go on. I will have to start to explain a little bit the intentions on the municipality next Monday, but still, one process that in 2017 we managed to get one process that for the first time people accepted, and tenants and landlords, that was presented to the municipality. No answer, from three years of no answer. And then when it gets into the media, you have the reaction saying, no, we are doing. And the reaction was really a thing that for me it's quite impressive, because the municipality was approving a lot of different projects of funds of all over the city, of urban plans, and asking these funds with a lot of money to produce these urban plans all around the city. But when you're talking about poor people trying to arrive there and to provide their technical opinion, it's just like, no, we will do it. And that's what we felt, a totally different way of leading with a project that comes from the grassroots than when it comes from the funds. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Okay, participate in the water. And I also give you a promise. I promise I'm not on every panel. This is the second and last one. So this one seems safe enough. Maybe we can change the lights again. I don't know if that works. I don't think we need the slides anymore. Jane and Tiago, thank you so much. The promise of participation is a great one to start, I think, because it kind of anticipates a lot of the questions we will discuss in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. Because one might argue, or I might argue, that participation, I mean, there's many forms of participation, but let's say participation is a different approach, not just to architecture, but to society, because it tests the notion of expertise and knowledge. who knows what about architecture or about place and space. Tests the notion of aesthetics, right? Like who designs what and what does it look like? It also tests the notion of regulation. Like, I mean, especially in Germany with all the DIN norms, we know what that means. If somebody designs who doesn't know 10 folders of norms or standards. And it tests the notion of economics, and we'll talk a little bit about, I think, the economics involved, because both Thiago and Jane, you had examples of labor as currency, let's say. Because one thing I think we should talk about is this, what are expectations? It's a promise, but also it's an expectation, and it's an expectation of people to contribute, and it's an expectation to your practices that you will provide a service that includes people. So it's a kind of double expectation, and I think it's interesting to discuss what kind of expectation is placed on your participants, and why is the promise of participation one that usually the architect gives, which you asked before when we talked, and why do architects think that they are the ones that can deliver it? And how do we distinguish that in a, let's say we're in a school of architecture where we say the architects are the one, we pretend or promise to teach skills that then make someone an architect. So then if everybody can participate and create architecture, you know, then what are we doing? And this question of labor as kind of a contribution, because you participate, if there's participants, they bring in labor, which has value, which has a certain economic currency, but then who gets, to get back to Tom's question, who gets the profit or who profits? So I think those are things, and I'm not going through all my notes, but I think those are some of the things we can keep in mind. And one thing, because this is explicitly a symposium from architects for architects, let's say, it might be interesting to focus, because also we don't want to talk about all of those that are not in the room, to focus on the method and the question, how does the architectural thinking of an architect shift when you practice participatorily? What's the moment of conception? Which tools are you using? And one thing that has to do with the question of expertise and of participation of, let's say, non-architects. Where are moments of evaluation and control? Like, at what points do you step in or do you not step in? Because, of course, expertise and knowledge is also not only a question of control and design, but it's a question of accountability and responsibility. Somebody, if the stuff falls down, somebody gets killed, somebody will be in court. Who is that? And if we want to, expand that on aesthetic levels, also if it doesn't look the way you want it to look. So that's another question. And then, of course, one thing that I think is kind of the hovering thing is the ethics of participation. On the one hand, is participation a transitive verb? Can you force someone to participate? Are there involuntary participants? And what are the ethics of the aesthetification of participation, which is like there's a certain look that we like, or that people who do it like, and then what does it mean to have that, to fall in love with that look? Do you then have to reproduce it? What happens if the next thing looks like a Swiss bank? I mean, there's a kind of branding process happening, and I would like to hear from you then how you would define your brand, because I think there is one, even if it's a kind of no-go discussion maybe, and this question of accountability, responsibility. One is who has to go to court if things fall down, but the other is who gets the award if things are great. It's not the participants usually, so there's a kind of location of glory and blame that might also be redistributed. And then I have a question on, has anyone in your practices or collectives, maybe also participants, but I mean from the architects, left in protest or under bad circumstances in a process of participation? Because there's also this kind of notion, participatory offices or projects are the better, morally better projects or offices, and it's inclusive, it's but there might be other things. And I was wondering, oh, and I have one example, but I'll stop. One thing that I'm also interested in the question of participation, the architect as the double agent. And when we had our preparatory meeting, I told you that I'm also on the board of a housing co-op in Munich for affordable housing, where the housing co-op is built is founded by architects. They build for themselves. The planners are on the board and are also the users and are also the kind of political agents, which means they act under different umbrellas or in different roles, sometimes intentionally so, and sometimes not. So sometimes they're supposed to act as the board for the user, but they act as the planners. So at what point are you no longer sure which role you're occupying? So those were a lot of questions, and I hope you took notes. Otherwise, I have notes because you will maybe present or talk about an example also, or give a response that's takes down. We will see.
Okay. Thank you, Anna Maria. You raised many super interesting questions. I hope you will manage to remember them in order to respond adequately. But we will hopefully continue to discuss in more detail in all these questions. We exchanged several emails. You were driving in a train. I was waiting and pending for the plane. So we have pretty much some idea of in which direction we should go. Just a few words about the history of participation, very briefly. Participation is something which is, again, in the architectural discourse for the last 10 or 15 years, partly because of your involvement. Both of your practices are explicitly exposed in that direction, but let's remember decades of 50s and 60s and 70s when participation was really a big issue, of course, within completely different political and economical context. Remember Johanna Friedman and his utopian idea of building city above the city where citizens would participate in actively building their own environment and so on. And then let's go to the other protagonists. For example, many people from Team 10 explicitly debated the issue of participation, maybe not necessarily in terms of influencing the design itself, but of active participation of citizens in creating of the environment which they inhabit. But then the person of Giancarlo De Carlo and eLoud is, I think, essential. In eLoud, in late 70s, early 80s, exactly the theme of participation was the central topic. And it was discussed in between several universities, Etihad Zurich Catholic University from Leuven, MIT, Massachusetts, strangely, but okay, they also had some sort of ideas how to participate and so on. And then again, strangely, University of Zagreb. Why? Because Giancarlo De Carlo thought that someone from socialist Yugoslavia contributed meaningfully to this debate. And then I could quote De Carlo in one very simple schema in which he elaborated how the architectural operation passes through three phases. First is the definition of the problem. Second is the elaboration of the solution, which is architectural design. And then the evolution of the result. It's very simple, you know. Okay, define the program, find the means, material means how to solve it, then design it, and then inhabit and track how this life inhabits the buildings, the environments, and so on. And then, if you include participation in all of these three phases, then it becomes really political, and it becomes really political if you think of this as a circular procedure, you know. Program, design, inhabitation, and then inhabitation test this architecture. Let's go back to the program again, and then redefine the whole circle endlessly, if you want. Of course, this was possible under the precondition that socialism, which will inevitably become the main economical paradigm. I mean, Giancarlo De Carlo was obviously hardcore Marxist. Of course, in several projects, he tested these ideas. Matteotti housing, for example, lots of problems, but nevertheless, some of these ideas were implemented there. And then secondly, Urbino was, of course, a school for the actually platform for the exchange of the architectural knowledge, but also he developed the master plan and designed the university, embedding all these ideas in his proposals. So I think that if we want to be really political in terms of the participation, we should really think about all these three stages of the architectural operation, and then how to include and embed participation in all these three stages. I mean, there are some notions of this in both of your presentations, and we also saw all these obstacles which are actually blocking this possibility under present-day economical and political condition. But then again, if we speak about the promises and potentials of participation, I will try very briefly to outline this Croatian ex-Yugoslav situation, condition, whatever. In the late 90s, early 2000s, so-called independent cultural scene started to emerge. Lots of NGOs, of non-professional artists who tried to test, you know, new approaches to the arts of all types, you know, theater, cinema, visual arts, and so on, and then backed up by certain activist groups who advocated more democratic society and so on. And they're really struggling to find the appropriate space, you know, first to develop and then to present and showcase what they did, you know. And then they start with the squatting of abandoned industrial places, military places, but also socialist cultural centers which became abandoned because of the new political regime which somehow abandoned this idea of emancipatory public institutions and so on. So it was a process which was basically illegal. Let's squat, let's try to test our options and possibilities, and we will see what's going to happen eventually. Architects jump in and helped these initiatives in conceiving, you know, how to manage the space, how to share the space, how to find resources, you know, to make some sort of spaces which are operational. So this process, which is both socially, politically, and architecturally articulated, become to have articulate shape, visible shape, and events started to happen on. This group of actors, you know, they became some sort of political power, and they started to negotiate with the local municipalities and managed to legalize this sort of illegal activities. Active negotiations started, and what we have nowadays is the concept of civic-public partnership, which is not totally unknown, but it's totally revolutionary for post-socialist countries and for Balkan countries and so on. Now we have it as a system, but system which was developed significantly thanks to the influence of the architects who managed to give shape not only to the space but to the processes of engagement and participation. So this promise, and I would say even hope, of creating better spaces, both in social and architectural terms, at the end had very concrete political results. Civic-public partnership, and we are super happy with it, and it goes on and on. What's the problem, and I will finish right now, is that the money is starting to come, you know, and that thanks to this money, you know, many of these alternative spaces will become mainstream because you have to invest, you have to design, and you have to complete. At the moment when you complete this open-ended process, you know, sometimes you lose this open-ended promise and hope, which is almost utopian in its own horizon, you know. So, okay, this is a bit cynical remark at the end, and I know you like the cynicism and ruthless criticism of everything existing, right? But, you know, political side effects and political hopes embedded in the idea of participation in development of built environments. Thank you. I didn't have slides.
Simon rejected your proposition of slides. Yeah, I think the example is a good foil for exactly those questions of the on the one hand the role of the architect, right, and the ethics, and where do you get involved, where do you exert control, where do you evaluate, how do you evaluate the process? I mean, especially after one talk about failure and one about let's say the making together. Yeah, so maybe you can just say both, start with the question of let's say the expertise and and the question of control and evaluation, and then we'll get into the maybe a little bit more nitty-gritty of the ethics and the kind of blame and glory shifting.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, there's just a lot of anxiety, isn't there? Everyone's, like, you put the word participation up and everyone just gets really anxious. And it's just people, right? So I suppose, for me, in a way, there's maybe an underlying assumption of when we say participation, we get a stereotype image of a participant who is disenfranchised, who can't do something themselves, who's maybe, you know, from a kind of poorer social economic identity, and architects somehow have professional knowledge, which is more important, more useful, and we're all really anxious about how we, in a really benevolent way, like navigate this relationship. And so I think there's a couple of things there. One is the assumption of the identity of the participant, and the idea that we are not participants as architects with other people with building knowledge and delivery. And again, this is where maybe the idea of collaboration trespasses into participation, who are all protecting our own agendas, right? And that the other assumption is that participants don't have valuable knowledge to do with architecture. And interesting, you know, your example is as someone who's a participant with very specific architectural knowledge. So there's that, and then I think it's also just tied into the framing of how architecture is traditionally delivered, at least in the global north, which is hierarchical, patriarchal, and very paternalistic. And I think the anxiety around participation is that it disrupts that, or it has the potential to disrupt that.
But then I'm just going to like jump in with a back question, because yes, I think you're totally right with the projections and anxieties. But then if to break it down a really basic, let's say, thing, at least in Germany, I don't know how it is in the UK, architect is a protected profession. Not everybody can be an architect, so not everybody can stamp the plans, because not everybody can be held responsible to go to court. So there is, even if you renegotiate the roles, and even if the architects are participants, there is a different role, a different legal attribution of who's what.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's not a compromise when people hold and are responsible for very specific roles. For example, in the UK, we're lucky. We sort of have this, but we sort of don't. So I'm not actually a qualified architect. I'm not protected by the professional title, but other people in my studio are. So the studio is. But we don't have this thing of like a stamp. We have clear roles in building delivery, which make you responsible for different things, and we often always reject the role which can get you criminally implicated, which is usually to do with safety, health and safety. We never take that role on. But again, architects are maybe held up to a certain standard, which means that doing things in a participatory way is very limited, and it cannot be fluid. And I don't think that's a problem. It's suitable in some instances, and it's not suitable in others. And I think also what's interesting then is how we maybe explode what participation might mean from the very kind of small thing to the kind of full-on self-build, everyone doing it together.
Yeah, and I think.
But this is a boring question of like insurances. Actually,
no, it's not a boring. It's actually
well.
not. Yeah, right. And we're all for the boring questions, because those are really the hours we spend working are on the boring questions.
I'll get thrown out.
No, but I think with Thiago, I think it's a good link, because the question of the architect as participant, I think is one that really we need to keep on the front of our minds, that yes, we're already always participants. And in your case, in a way, because I asked before about the question of voluntary and involuntary participants, I mean, you became an involuntary participant to a kind of municipal strategy or political strategy that you didn't want to be part of by proposing a participatory project. So then, yeah, maybe you can say something about the question of how do you handle involuntary participation or instrumentalization, both as requesting it and as finding yourself in that?
Yeah, well, I think that's all part of a process. Well, I don't confuse. Is this on? It is. It is. Well, I think it's all part of the process, and it's I think. In this case, for example, I think we started to play different roles in each and using it. Well, in a certain way, you know that there are, for example, in this case, or in the case of Terras da Costa, where people live even worst. It's not that you can stop a process of producing housings. It's not, you have to go in and you have to fight for it, but you cannot block it. You cannot block it. So if people are just going to have tap water at house, it's something that is basic. So you cannot oppose to that. So there is, and this is kind of an ethic of the thing. So even though if I feel that my project it's the best and with the project we have been doing it's fantastic, okay, but there's some basic needs and we have to fulfill it. Well, I think there are so many, let me just trying to grab some of the questions that I think, well, picking up the issue of legislation with the thing that you're talking about, the public communitarian civic partnerships. Well, I remember.
NGOs and publics like municipalities.
Okay. Yes. I know. Well, I remember, for example, Jeremy Corbyn in his manifesto for the elections in UK had developed a lot this idea of public common partnerships. I think it was it was mentioned like that, and for example, us during our process of trying to this lobbying for the ideas that we have, we managed to arrive to a law now of public, in Portugal it's public communitarian partnerships. It's a law that is there, it's not being used. We worked a little bit on that, it's still there. Some of the legislation now is being produced, it's using that public communitarian as a public communitarian partnerships, saying that it's something that it's not public-private partnerships, so it's something else, and it's now the basis of the new law that was published in September on cooperativism, which is a work on legislation that we're doing. Now it's totally theoretical. We haven't managed to produce anything, but it's something that we are trying to go in because, well, getting all of this, this is not new, the thing that we are doing. We don't tend to say it. It's a new thing. It's more on the news, of course. It's more, also we are much more called to talk about this. I don't know if you feel this, but we do feel that. And for example,
you're a trend now.
Yes, and I have, well, and we do feel that, for example, when we started in 2005-06, we were defined as the new practice in Portugal, but the most politicized, the most political practice of the new practice in Portugal. And in fact, on that time, it was not very good. It was not a thing that was very well. It was not a good qualification. It's something, because what was supposed to be said is that architects are apolitical, which I was always saying that apolitics, it's also a political decision that architects, and so, but right now we are in this cycle of participation where everyone, well, you see that the center-right mayor now that you have in Lisbon announced he's doing participation all over. Even though, for example, he launched the communitarian participatory space where people just apply to there, and then they organized meetings, but with zero outcome of the meetings until now. In 2 years, zero outcome. Which is, so it's not only in architecture participation, it's also on political, on mediatic thing to say, so everyone does it from the right to the left, maybe far right, not much, but we can analyze it. So I think it's something that it's on, it's also cyclical, but not only on architecture, it's a matter of society. Just 2 or 3 things that I would like to, from your questions mostly. Well, confronting architecture, where does it go? I cannot answer that when in a participatory process. But I can just say that I cannot use the excuse of a process being participated to say it's not so good, but it was from a participatory project. That is the way I cannot refer to ever. So I won't take it out of our portfolio and process that it's not very good architectonic, but it was a participatory, very engaged by the people. No, that's something that, so it's a space of conflict always, and also and there is this power of productive conflict. For example, we never work on participatory process on how is it called? I don't remember even on consensus. We don't work on consensus. It's the first thing that we say. If we get into something that we have to vote, we will vote for it. So in the majority will win.
But then a short question, because if you, it's one of the questions I think I haven't asked yet, but it has to do with that, is then where can you locate failure at all, let's say? I mean, you presented failure, but not, I mean, also tongue-in-cheek, like not really as a failure. And then in your definition, can a participatory project ever fail architecturally, or can it only fail politically?
It can both, I think, well, both. Well, can fail, well, when the result, it's not an interesting result on architecture, I think it fails. But when it fails also, when you start by saying that, for example, in this case of Quinta do Ferro that we show, we started by trying to avoid gentrification on that area, you know? But the time that took all the process and the mediatic that we managed to get in the process made that today we have a totally different social, we have a totally different social group of landlords mostly, not of tenants, but landlords.
I'm going to redirect. Actually, I'm not keeping time, so if... Okay, so soon we'll open it up, but I think we should come back to the question of not just the ethics in terms of aesthetics, but the ethics of labor as currency, I think is one topic I would pose to Jane first, maybe. And then, again, the question of like, who gets which part of the blame and which part of the glory, because even if you keep out of, let's say, certain legal complications with a role you can take, the other, you need to take a stand as an office, as you do. Like.
Yeah, I think I suppose it's difficult with the kind of credit thing. Architecture's long. It takes a really long time, and there are so many different actors that, in a way, regardless of participation with maybe a user or a community, there's such a lack of credit across architecture practice. You know, you usually will be the architect maybe, or the client, who kind of gets the, and then a few, one architect within an entire practice, say. So I mean, it's an issue of credit across the board, but actually the main champions for a lot of work is the person who has made the project and been part of it. And again, in a way, the question around labor is also a question of ownership. And I think that's what we've found. I suppose this echoes this notion of the involuntary participation, is that I think a successful form of participation is one that is voluntary and remunerated. Often when we've worked, the participants are actually the client. And lots of forms of participation where there is no remuneration for time, it's not really truly participating in the production of the architectural work. It's about building knowledge around what's going to happen to you as someone who's going to be implicated by a project, and creating a platform to create a voice, an expression of what you are interested in, what you can affect, and ownership being really valuable, even if it doesn't have a financial kind of return. And let's face it, like, everyone in architecture is exploited, so it's always going to be a problem. And so for our first projects, they were done on our own terms. Our labor was free for the project because they were experiments and creating only something for ourselves. And it was interesting that you began your talk with a kind of disclaimer about people being paid in your office, because for years, the first question I would get at talks is, are you paid for your work? Because, and I got this a lot, the work I did in Brazil, I do a lot of talks, and I asked my friends afterwards, I was like, why is this question always the first question? And they were like, because it looks really fun. It looks really nice. And here, if you're doing something that seems like just like really good and architecturally interesting, then no one can be making any money out of this. And this is, I may be a kind of sad kind of situation. So any project, I think, before, as an architect, you have this moral, ethical position to ensure that you are at least trying to reduce exploitation and be as generous as you can be with crediting things and promoting things. And that's why when we won the Turner Prize for the work in Granby, we didn't want to do an exhibit them. It's their story. Instead, we tried to use the prize as a way to kickstart a business in the area, which is effectively what happened. And in a way, I had come away with a sort of slight kind of feeling that I've presented a community in Liverpool here in an academic environment in Karlsruhe, which is so far from their understanding. I wonder how the people in Quinta da Ferro would think about it as well. And you'd have a different narrative if you had them on stage. And in a way, that's what's interesting about these panels, that they often exclude participants.
Exactly, and I think, I mean, let's say why I also made it explicit again, it's not a panel on participation, it's a panel on participation from the view of the architect who's working, which is a very different story and a totally different discussion. Yeah, I think it's important to say.
Can I just follow up saying that well, I think who gets the award? I would say that I remember a great picture of that I took in when there was this the award ceremony of the Mies van der Rohe award, where La Colle and Laborda won. That was this picture of people living there, architects living there, and also the mayor, and also technicians from the municipality. That's the thing that it was. So it was a group of people. It was like a rugby team, because there were a lot there. And I think who gets the award, I think it's something close to that when to answer. Who gets in court? Well, I'd say that it's much more fluid. For example, in the kitchen, communitarian kitchen of Terras da Costa, at a certain point we got a call from the government on that time, asking us, are you the responsible for building there, because we want to demolish and want to, and we said formally we were not. There was no paper. So I just said, okay, you're from the government, public administration, so you have to talk with public local administration to ask who it is. So it was fluid in a certain way. The communitary kitchen, it's still there, and the process is still running, but I think there is this kind of fluidity that makes us better, because I think we all, well, a part of the works that we do are not legal, even though we also try to become it legal. For example, right now we have our office with 50 other institutions in a former military barrack in the city center of Lisbon, that we got an agreement from the central state to go there, to open, and to start to work there until it's changed to something else. It's like, I refer to that as a squat, and it's not an approved squat, it's a permitted squat. But it's also the idea that we can, and that's to finish and to answer your question, when we do a participation process, when we have some budget to do it, it's all the main thing that comes from the people that we are doing the participation with. It's, oh, how much money are they earning? So it's always the big question, and they are earning a lot or something. So the big issue, the way we try to work this issue, it's always to also try to produce an economic value to the field. I don't know, for example, in Quinta do Ferro, we organize all the gatherings, lunches, parties during several, decided by them. we paid all the bureaucratic work of the association created, all the legal support, it was us that gave to them. So we tried, but of course, for example, in other spaces, as for example, Palácio Marquês da Brantes that you visit, we had a close deal with the restaurant so that we can do our lunches there, and also everyone that comes could lunch there, you know. So this kind of thing that we are also producing economy on the fields we are working, it's quite, because the main issue that comes from the architects that come from outside and that goes there, the first issue, it's this, how much are they earning?
Do I have like 5 more minutes, or should we open the floor to the audience?
So if you have one thing to add,
My comment would make things even more complicated. So, yeah, you like it? Okay, okay, okay. Let's start. 15 years ago, Pier Vittorio Aureli introduced quite provocative idea that the activist practices and those who are involved in those participatory processes are some sort of self-help who are actually compensating for all the shortcomings of the neoliberal dominant political system, you know. Like, there is no more social housing, there is no cultural centers anymore. You deal with it and you do it in creative but improvised way because we don't want to have anything to do with it. In a way, Vittorio claims, you are actually supporting the system, you know. You are making everything still feasible despite all the political controversies that are surrounding the problem. Exactly, yeah. You have to be very smart, very creative, very architectural if you want, you know, but basically you are fulfilling others' unfulfilled promises. But yeah, on the other hand, when I think about our Croatian condition, after 20 years of struggle and negotiations and our physical work and our intellectual work and our all collective engagements, we got 50,000 square meters of unfinished Philharmonic Hall. And can you imagine what we already organized down there and what's going to happen down there? Should we like discard this? And we are completely aware that we got this because city had no means and no idea what to do with it. Okay, we are compensating shortcomings of the municipality of Split, but nevertheless, you know, the life which takes place down there. And then long-term political promises, again, I'm coming to the same topic, it's here, it's on the table. So therefore, I mean, we should not too easily discard these types of efforts and activities that you are taking place, we are taking place, and so on. So there is strong, I think, ethical position here, despite of the fact that we really understand that we are fulfilling some gaps, but these gaps are actually operative channels for which can really act in this world now. Okay, 3 minutes exactly. Okay, so let's open the floor to the audience.
No, maybe I can disagree with your last comment, because I think if the political cannot finish something, their job, it's also because maybe the material conditions have changed and there is crisis. We know that the state have debt, you know, so they have less money and less engagement. So maybe the way the society is organized maybe can change. And if I continue about that, I think this change is also a question of aesthetic, because it was, I was surprising when you say that if we are not doing good architecture, we are not happy with the result. But I was thinking, why you think that good architecture is still something that was imagined before? You know, maybe you can say good architecture if it is good participation. You have to change also the aesthetic criteria. Why you are keeping the old criteria of architecture to say, okay, if there is a nice proportion or nice windows, I don't know, and they say a good architecture. But maybe you have also to change the criteria of aesthetic and not to keep the old one and to say that you are just changing the process and not the aesthetic result.
Well, that's really a thing. When I'm referring, I was much more referring to, because I've seen it, people like taking off some projects from their portfolio because they don't recognize themselves in the solution, you know. Because I'm much fan of the idea of showing the process. For example, here, well, in fact, in the end, we didn't build anything. We didn't manage to change a thing. And at a certain point, we're really thinking that we were changing something. Of course, I think mostly it's not good and bad architecture because it's also about, maybe it was a simplification that I used and it's not very good because, well, it's something that we as architects can recognize as ours, as interesting, as also interesting. And that's, I also do agree with you, the process is something that for me it's quite relevant. And the process has to do it also with the same thing that I was talking in the beginning on, for example, the process. For me it's important that the process, everyone is being paid, or even the architect. So everyone has the safety to have a contract, which, for example, in Portugal it's not, it's a thing, but it's more and more a problem. And in fact, I think more and more, but that's something that I leave it open, more and more, what I recognize as good architecture has to have a strong process.
Yes. In my case, I agree totally with your last comment. And
just a second.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will just quickly respond. We are actually completing historical processes. I'm speaking about the building which was constructed during the socialism. Then socialism ended, and the building left unfinished. We are finishing the unfinished socialist project. Okay.
In my case, I was thinking of the case of course, this really strange cooperation between John Turner, the British architect who died recently, with Robert McNamara as the president of the World Bank. So the radical neoliberal technical director of this institution who perfectly found a common model to really fuel the growth of slums in the 60s and the 70s. So this is a kind of irony of history, but it's a fact. It's a fact. So you find cities like Lima, 60% of self-built buildings, and of course, from the 19th century. So self-help is a liberal concept. It's not a state welfare state concept at all. That's why I found interesting your comment on the how political or not political you can be, even not declaring yourself a non-political technocrat is still an ideological and political position. You have to be aware of this. You can ignore that you are fulfilling, in these terms, also a role in society.
I was going to redirect Joaquin's question. Or do you?
No, because also, you know, the projects that we began were framed by, as I kind of mentioned in the talk, the Conservatives taking power in the UK and bringing in austerity measures. And, you know, we were kind of like 21, 22, fresh out of uni, you know, not really aware of our own political identity as kind of proto-architects. And suddenly having this accusation that we were providing a service that the state should provide. And this was difficult for us. I think the fact that people thought that like a temporary cinema was fulfilling some sort of like
welfare state function.
Yeah, it was kind of ludicrous, but at the same time interesting because our following projects, the Folly, which was shown in the slides in the kind of intro, was really a way of making visible the thing that the state had taken away, which was the community centre. And it turned all of those uses into a form of public performance, where they all happened outside, and then it disappeared. So it kind of really poked the local council, like where's the facility gone? What's going on? And I think it also makes a sort of question of who the client is in those projects. And as architects, people weren't fulfilling and manifesting those projects. People with professional qualifications were. So we just changed who the client was. We were our own clients, we funded it ourselves, and in a way it was a kind of mini little private project that happened to have a public function. And I think the issue is in a kind of completely developer-led, or in the UK, developers have so much power that it just renders people completely obsolete in the production of their own environment. And really the practice is about trying to disrupt some of the processes by which architecture is made, regardless of whether it's the state or private enterprise. That with both, there is still a problem with the way it's produced. And you kind of just go around in circles, boomeranging. I think in either option, there's still value in people being and having ownership over the way things are made. So yeah, it's a problem that you still wrestle with, because sometimes it's okay and sometimes it's not, and it's hard to work it out.
Exactly, and it's I think this question of that Joaquin brought up. If there's any questions, raise your hand so I don't overlook or overtalk over questions. I don't think we should. I mean, I think it's a really important observation. This question of when do these projects emerge? It's when a neoliberal concept takes over, but also. Listening to you just now and in the panel, I don't think self-help and participation are the same thing. I mean, it's a kind of empowering concept, but I don't think it's necessarily always, but I would like to hear from you, it's not necessarily always, it's empowering people, you just said, in producing their own environment, which I think could maybe be framed as self-help, but that would not necessarily be compensated by a welfare state providing services and spaces, public spaces, as I understood, let's say, your practice.
Yeah, I suppose, well, it'd be interesting to know how self-help is kind of being understood in this context, but it's, very difficult for people to help themselves when you're faced with a litigious construction industry that is like hell-bent on reducing cost, reducing quality, and actually it's a form of education in order to be able to participate in the way things are made. As simply as that, you're not then, I suppose, expected to be providing a full architectural service.
Yeah, you're not the alternative.
You're not the, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's an advocation, let's say. But I'm just looking if there's more questions, because we still have a few minutes, and no? Yeah, there's questions. Yeah.
I'm a student at KIT. Mrs. Hall, I really liked the cinema project because it occurred to me that while you can talk about it in architectural terms and you can talk about the scenography and everything, it's also something that people can just go to, and like if you're just trying to watch a movie, you can just go there and enjoy the experience, and it like works from both sides. And so my question is kind of like, what are some practical strategies of like tangent, like the participatory and just like very simple accessibility from outside, and then also like academic, in the academic realm, especially as students where our studio projects are inherently academic. It's often difficult to like find ways to like get participation from outside.
So sort of strategies to work with people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Going and talking to some people usually helps. I think often with projects there is always a like anxiety about what is it, this like achieving the end goal rather than trusting a process. And I think it's a conversation. So to come to that with little expectation and just to begin a conversation with people. And I think that's why we like to make that conversation as physical material as quickly as possible, samples of materials, models at any scale. Like, we often, with people, will go and visit things together because they don't have the same knowledge and background. So you have to work on how to share and build a similar vocabulary. And to do that in their spaces rather than your spaces is also quite important. You have a different conversation with people if you're kind of, you know, where they are, rather than if you kind of make them come to somewhere else. So, yeah, a few things.
Yeah, and yes, and I think one thing to remember what Shane said before is, to add to that, is you as an architect can also be a participant, so you can also do something for yourself and change your own environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I think that's this idea of making people be part, well, constructing, so that one thing that destroys participation, it's people going to the meetings and nothing really happens afterwards, you know? So, for example, I say that to public administration, the first thing I say is that if you don't answer, you will destroy it. If you say no, that we cannot do it, we will mobilize it against it. So it's much more, I think, that the no from the public administration creates participation because people get together to resist or to go against. And so the way to destroy it, it's not happening anything. It's just the idea that 2017, 2020 just didn't happen anything. It's the way that you just destroy participation. Because people, well, when they are, well, in their leisure time, they say, okay, I want to participate, to give something to the community. They have to feel that it's useful. If not, they will have their own life and they will stay. And also, there are lots of people that just, oh, another participation, and they don't participate. If they start to understand that something is changing or something is happening, then they start to understand. So when you start, that's the problem of legislation, because when you announce like, oh, you have a urban plan, and you have the discussion, the public discussion about a urban plan by law, and then people just go there just to take care of their ownerships, their thing of their garden. Because if they are not participating as a real participatory way in an idea of collective movement. They are just there just to see, okay, let me just see where is my house, where is my garden, are you cutting or not? So which is totally destroying the idea of participation. So one thing that you have to always think is that it has to be a process, and people have to start to understand that something is happening and moving, so that makes other come in, have the necessity to go in. For example, use the construction. And the construction have the nice thing of the informality of being there at a certain point. So you're there, and so people are crossing over, and then you talk, and then it's a conversation then. It's not formalized in assembly, which normally you don't have. You see here, anyone had a question? Of course, there are lots of people that have questions, but only a few people just raise their hands and ask something. Because, well, it's normal. I'm the part of the people that normally don't raise their hands, so I'm totally connected with that group of people. So I totally understand. So you have to create different layers.
Which is a good endpoint, because outside there's also a bar where you can have parallel conversations, and now we have a book presentation, which is also another kind of setting for a conversation. So don't feel like the panel is on participation and then the topic is over, but all the panels, I think, are meant to overlap and inform each other.
After a short break, we will have this book presentation outside. I hope you're there. Thank you.
I really like the question of under which conditions can good participatory projects work? And does there have to be like an outside enemy or external pressure, or is there a kind of participation that really works in optimal conditions but still is participatory? Yeah.
You're always on the limit of not working or not having.
Yeah. I mean, in the co-op project, it's also like that. The people, as soon as they identify their own apartment, that's all they care about.
Well, the thing in Granby is they just wanted to save their own homes.
And you have a lot of politicized people there.
Yeah, they couldn't save their own home unless they saved 20 homes.
Yes.
So they're so burnt out now. They've like left the community, like the board that's delivering them, because they're like,
So, shall we get started? So welcome to this last session of today, devoted to the topic of the climate design, and we have two speakers. Unfortunately, Georg Brachiliotis is missing, so we have a little more time also for your presentations if you want, and of course for the discussion at the end with the audience. So the first speaker is Philipp Rahm. I guess most of you know his work. He's a Swiss architect. He's based in Paris, trained in EPFL and ETH, in ETH, and he also obtained a PhD some years ago from Paris-Saclay with a book, maybe one of the most important books of the many publications you have made, entitled The Natural History of Architecture, which is based, I think, on the PhD thesis you wrote. So he has taught extensively in several very prestigious universities in Europe and the US, and actually currently you're teaching at Columbia in New York, and you have a tenure position in Versailles in Paris. And as you probably all know, he has developed a very intense activity, both as a theorist and as a practitioner, around these topics of climate design and the design of atmospheres between the field of the arts, but also even in the scale of landscape architecture. So welcome, Philipp Rahm.
Thank you very much. So I just show this new book we have just received called Climatic Architecture, and so my presentation will be about projects that are there, that are inside the book. Maybe someone can help me to find my presentation. Where it? Ah, it's here.
No, it's in the other screen. No, it's on.
Okay, thank you. So this is this book, and this book is a kind of theoretical, practical, and monographic book about climatic architecture. And so the basic idea is the relationship between climate and architecture. And so we can say that in reality, why we need architecture, it's because our body is 37 degrees Celsius. And if we look to some mythology, we can see that before in the paradise, you can live naked without clothes, without architecture. And when Adam was fired from the paradise, he arrived in this type of situation when there is rain and cold and snow and wind, and you cannot survive like that. So you must have clothes and must have built houses to be protected from the climate. So we maybe forget this kind of very fundamental cause of architecture. Then today, the consequence of architecture is also climatic. We have the global warming, so we can see that the temperature is rising. It's linked to the CO2 that is rising. What's happened before, the infrared of the Earth was going back to the universe, but because of the CO2, it creates this greenhouse effect. And then if we look where are the CO2 emissions, we can see that 39% are coming from building field. So we, as an architect, we are really responsible of global warming. And then if we look to where it is 1/4 in ambient carbon and 3/4 of building operation, like heating or cooling the building. Of course, it changed recently because with the new thermal regulation, so we can see that now the material is becoming half of the problem, so it's why we start to think about changing concrete to wood or concrete to stone, because we want also to do something on that. And then now, why we have to continue to use symmetry, metaphor, analogy, alignment, addition, geometrical tools for doing architecture. Why we cannot change the means of architecture and to say that maybe we can compose building with convection, with conduction or evaporation or radiation, where we cannot use this climatic phenomena for composing the building. So this is what I want to present now. Some different projects based on that. So the first is effusivity. Effusivity, this is some page of the book. So it explains what is effusivity. This is a change of heat between one solid and another solid. And we have based one project. We have won this project in Paris for the Maison de la Radio, for the center of this building. So it was the round in the middle, and they wanted to do a cafe and a theater and some public space there. And so we start to think about the cafe. We say where we will place the cafe inside this space. And we were thinking that in the summer, in the winter, it will be good to have a lot of light, to be under the sun, but in the summer, you prefer to go into shadow, so we cannot say that there is a good location for the cafe. There is a gradation of good location depending on the season. And then we did this map, this computer analysis of the sunlight, and so it's like an average during the year, and we can see where it's red, there is a lot of light, where it's blue, there is no light. And from that, we start to create the form linked to this sunlight analysis. And then we materialize this line by materiality, by choosing different type of effusivity. We say it will be better in the winter to be in the wool or in the wood, and maybe it will be better in the summer to be in the stone. You know, it's because of the effusivity. When you touch stone, you feel it cold, so it cools yourself. If you touch wool, you keep warm because of that. So we create a gradation of that. But that idea, if you look back in the history, you can see that when Viollet-le-Duc was visiting Saint-Pierre in Rome, or if you read the translation of Vitruvius in the 17th century in the French language, they are talking about the marble of the church, and they say the marble of the church is a choice for cooling the church. It was not an idea, you know, there is full of marble in Italy, so it was not an idea to make Italian with choosing the marble. It was to choose a material for cooling the space, and Viollet-le-Duc is talking about that, about the effusivity. It not use effusivity, but it talk about this cooling effect of the material. And of course, if you are in Switzerland or in France, you don't want marble on the ground when it's cold during the winter. You prefer to have wool, you know, because it keep you warm. So this type of idea of choosing material according to effusivity was something that was completely linked to the choice in architecture before the fossil energy, before the radiator. So in this project, we made that. We choose different type of effusivity, and then we map all the space with different type of material for warming the body or cooling the body, and then it creates a gradation between the winter area, and then we move to the spring area, and then to the summer area where it becomes more and more cold by touching the material. Another project based on the convection. Convection, this is the fact that the warm air go up and the cold air go down. And then, based on that, we did a different project by using convection as a composition means for doing the building. So, but if you come back also in the past, before air conditioning, before fossil energy. If you look to this Villa Rotonda from Palladio, it was very particular for me because I discovered like 5 years ago that this building was about like a climate machine. I was only heard about proportion, beauty of the geometry, but in reality, if you read the 4 book of Palladio, he is explaining how he composed that. He said that during the summer you go on the north, so it's why there is 2 rooms on the north. During the winter you are looking for sun, so you go to the south. The morning you go on east and west, so it creates the composition. And then it creates a very cold space in the middle. Doesn't. Sorry. I don't know. Like that? Put it, no. No. Ah, okay. Okay. And so if you look to the section, you know, it creates, the portico creates shadow and it protects the sala in the middle. And then you use geothermal cooling for taking the cold air from the underground. This cold air arrives in the middle by a stone with hole. And then the high ceiling is to remove the hot air. And we can see this stone. And this, it came from, you know, from this building with a hole to let the hot air going out. And when I was a student, we heard about some very strange story about the spirituality of the light or things like that. But in reality, just because the hot air have to go out of the building, you know, so it's why there is a hole in the roof. And this is a stone where the cold air comes from the underground in the Palladio house. And then we take this idea of, for doing 2 projects. One project was a competition in Lausanne. We get the 3rd prize for that. So this is the square building there. And so during the spring or autumn, you just open the window and you have a kind of atrium in the center that lets the warm air going out. So this is like that, and we use the same technique of Palladio, of the stone with hole, by doing floor with hole that let the warm air going out of the building. We can see this grid, so the building become like a ventilation duct. We didn't say, okay, we are architect, we are doing one building, and then we ask to the engineer to do the technique. As Palladio, we recombine things together and doing the form and the shape of the building according to the ventilation. And so this is how it works. And then during the winter, we have a double flow air renewal mechanical system. We use geothermal cooling. We go in the underground, and then we blow from the center of the building the air. And then we have a strategy for summer and winter because this project is at the university in Lausanne, so the underground water is only 3 meters underground. So we propose to, during the winter, to keep like that. And during the summer, we open the water in the underground, and we do a little like a water pipe or nargile, you know, we cool the air also in this underground water, and then it go to all the building. So we can see here the plan and the grid that is becoming always smaller and smaller to catch the air that is moving to the top of the building. Another project we are currently working is for office building and industrial building. So this is the plan of this building, and then if we go to the underground, we create a kind of grotto where we have geothermal cooling for the air of ventilation, and And then, if we look to the section, we create like a public space for the ventilation arrival. And so we can see the system. So we have geothermal duct for the air, and it's cool there. And we don't have thermal insulation in the center, so we cool also by the underground. And then the air move up, and during the summer we can open like Palladio, we open the roof and we let the air moving out. And this grotto, we create like a public space in the underground, and this is this type of strategies that were used before the fridge, before electricity, for cooling. This is a milk house for Marie Antoinette. So it was a location, it was a space for keeping the milk cold. And Napoleon changed the ground because everything was white, like high albedo for reflecting all the light. And the strategy was there is a fountain with evaporation which can cool the space. There is a big inertia of this grotto. And then this is the same strategy than Palladio or the Pantheon in Rome to let the warm air going out of the building. Another project on the conduction. So this is some, all this requirement of thermal insulation. And then we built this climatorium in Taiwan. And the strategy of that was to say, before maybe there is the wall and the exterior and the interior. But today, the wall is no more made by one single material, it's made by different layers. And why we cannot live in between the waterproof membrane and the thermal insulation, or between the vapor barrier and the load-bearing material. And so in this project, we start to create gap in between the different layers that compose the facade, to say that maybe inside the thermal insulation there is only the office place where the people are taking a lot of time, but all the circulation, all the toilet or the storage can be not inside the air conditioning, inside the thermal insulation, but just protected from the rain. So we start to move the different layers. So the red layer is a thermal insulation, the blue one is a waterproof, and then there is a physical layers, and then the load bearing is a gray. And we create space in between this layer for composing the building. So here we can see the first layer, and then we are going inside the waterproof layer, and then we are in between the waterproof and the thermal insulation, and then we go inside the thermal insulation, and then inside this building we have 3 rooms, like cooling center, like public space for cooling in the tropical climate, and like the coolium, the dryum, and the clearium. And now I will finish with a project based on radiation. So this is extract from the book also that try to understand what is radiation, how it can be used in architecture, and then to base project on that. First project is we made for the Luma Foundation. It's an art foundation in Arles. So there is a Frank Gehry building, and then we were designing the architecture for the exhibition for the second building, this existing building with a light on the roof. You can see the line of the skylight. And then, because it was for art, we start to map what type of quantity of light we need depending on different type of art. And for example, if you want to show video, it's better to have a dark space. If you want to show photography, you have to be limited to 50 lux, because after that it destroys the pigment. And then oil painting can be 200 lux. And from that, we say we cannot do just a white space like the white cube. We have to also do a gray cube or a black cube. And so for doing that, we say we will try to economize electricity and, to use the natural light. And we work on the two subjects of light, the incidence light and the reflectance of the light. And so we also map all the light there. So this is the morning, this is at noon. So when it's yellow, there is a lot of light. Where it's blue, there is no light. And then from that, we create the form to say, okay, here it will be more bright, more often. Here it's more black, more often. And then we transform that into the plan, and we place the partition. And then it became like that, with this type of gradation of different luminosity, and so that can receive different type of artwork by reducing the quantity of artificial electricity you will use for lighting the artwork. And there is also a kind of side effect, because it was like during the summer it was hot, in the white space it was hot, but then you move to the gray and to the black space, and it's become more cold. So there is also this kind of temperature effect of the composition. And the last project is it's a faded exterior. You know, in Taiwan it's hot, and there is also a lot of sun. So if you want to cool, you can reduce the quantity of lights, like we know in the city of the north of Africa, you know, like to have a covered street. And so what we did, we built 7,000 square meters of photovoltaic panel on the north and 3,000 on the south. And this photovoltaic produce all the electricity and more for the park. But it also produces a landscape, a kind of faded exterior, so it's reduced in the quantity of light and create under a landscape with some building and some facilities, and also a car park that are there. So we can see this kind of faded, so it's like a landscape that will be a little less tropical if we want, because there is a little less light. I don't know. And then we can see that we have this variety of situation under that, and so we use the excess of light for producing energy and producing electricity, and then we create a usable space under. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippe Ram. Our second speaker is Charlotte Trouvant. She's also a Swiss architect, trained also at the EPFL and founding partner of the office Trouvant Rodet. And together they teach at the EPFL, is it right? So together in studios where they, as I found out, they are addressing a very promising concept, the concept of uncertain conditions, and I think your presentation will deal also with this. The concept they also build in several different scales, which will be an interesting point for the discussion afterwards. So from the single-family houses scale to museums, and also the landscape proposal and urban master plan. So therefore, dealing in a creative way with today's climate challenges in various scales and degrees of this kind of poetic uncertainty. So welcome.
Thanks a lot for the invitation and to participate in this symposium. and I'm also happy to be talking about climate design, or whether it's a promise or not. And as you mentioned this morning, I don't know if it was Mariana or Simon, about how to fit in a category. I think at some point we wish we would be fitting in other categories, or we feel like we belong also to all the categories, but it's also nice to narrow down. And this is also what does Symposium, at least for us, for speakers. It's also a moment to reflect a bit on our practice, ask ourselves why are we in the category of climate design. And indeed, I think there's a good reason, but you can tell us. There are some links also to what Philippe talked about before. So my partner Dries Rodet and myself have an office based in Basel, in this former garage in the city center. So we share this space together with many other practices, ranging from architect, graphic design workers, furniture designers. And this is quite an important aspect also to us, how this space and this space of encounters is also a moment where one can reflect with one another. Unfortunately, we just had to move out, but I'm nevertheless going to talk about it as if I was still there, because I'm really attached to it. A bit sad I had to leave, but so the space is great for many architectonic aspects, but most importantly for its generosity, because it's a space for a gathering within us, with people from outside. It's also a space for exchange, for collaboration, a place to meet. And it's a space big enough as well to experiment. So we had this discussion just before. How as architect, the space in which we practice also reflect on our own work. How having space for us, being able to paint, to be noisy, to kind of expand and go away from our computer, which is quite a small bubble, is also very important to somehow take some time, whether it's to experiment with materials or different format or narratives. It's also the space, we also took it because of the kind of this extra space that it offers to and allows us to organize some lectures. So we started an association together with Melissa Frödiger as well, to be able to talk about architecture and other topic, inviting architect, inviting artists or landscape architect to discuss, to have a debate outside of academia. I think it's also important outside of the institution, and somehow a bit more spontaneous. So I think this is also for us very, very important, this moment when we come together and we can engage in a discussion. So this place, as you can see or might have seen before, it's indeed also for us the practice is not only the 9 to 5 working on project, but the coming together is really important. But what you might notice also on this picture, and I'm going to the question of climate slowly, is that it's a space that one could say, regarding today's standards, very uncomfortable. We barely reach 18 degrees in the winter, and it's mostly 17. And because of the large glass roof, which kind of give this amazing light to take photographs, to work in, also create this very hot atmosphere in summer. But nevertheless, we all love being in the space. And if it was not for the tenants who asked us to move out, we would still be there after 4 harsh winters. So the question is a bit, why is that? And this is maybe the question I would like to discuss or open up with today to address climate design. And I will go through these 3 pairs of topics, which somehow are central in our practice, or could be seen or could come across in our practice. So the project that we will present, they can illustrate some ideas. You should not see them as solutions, but rather attempt to understand, to kind of grasp or crystallize some idea to create what we call some fictions. So for us, the definition of climate is linked to this perception of comfort. And today we cannot deny that our practice is getting more and more complex, as we were discussing this morning. But sometimes we have the feeling it's what's often called the wicked problem, is that the problem we are trying to solve are often creating more problems. So basically, this is something, a wicked problem is something that's almost unsolvable, and often climate design comes also with this idea of climate control, which I think is maybe the right solution, but to the wrong problem or the wrong questions. So indeed, what happened is to control our climate, we find ourselves looking for methods to seal our houses, to prevent leaks, to invent countless building material and construction techniques, to create more water-resistant structure, improve plumbing system and waterproofing material, airtight windows, with the sole purpose to create a comfortable environment. We want to look outside, but we don't want to feel the air. But as much as we can resist and try to seal ourselves, water will keep on leaking, air will keep on escaping, and we will keep on inventing solutions. So basically, we're a bit pushing the problem elsewhere, further away. Of course, this desire to create airtight and watertight environment is driven by various factors related to health. So there's a very good understanding, a good reason also for that. It's also because of technology, or it used to be also maybe for the pursuit of social status at some point. But we have the feeling today that we find ourselves in a sort of hermetic environment, where everything is rather compartmentalized and to prevent any infiltration. So consequently, our domestic space is transformed into a super clean, super hygienic, and super controlled vessel. But as the tightness of our environment seems to be essential to our economical system and desirable from an ecological point of view, it remains an almost impossible challenge, as we see everything will always keep on leaking, on escaping. So instead of resisting, can we change our behavior, our relation to comfort, and to redefine actually this relation to comfort? So maybe at some point this idea of reducing, trying to always come with keep on looking for a solution to problems that we create. We thought sometimes it's also maybe important to try to reduce the intervention, to try also to concentrate and offer an idea of compactness. This was maybe an attempt we did in the office for energetic renovation for a house in the suburb of Basel, where basically after talking to our environmental engineer, climate engineer, we came to the conclusion that it would be more efficient and economical measure to reduce the installation to the minimum in the center and basically create this sort of hybrid structure that would encompass a circulation and a heating system all in once, and a structural element to reinforce the house. So basically the heating, instead of heating up the walls, we just bring the heating in the center, and of course this vertical, the void of the circulation would also allow this vertical distribution of the flow, like a chimney used to be or is at the center of a house. But in general, I think as practitioners, we surround ourselves with specialists in the field of, who can help us in the field of calculation techniques or engineers, and we kind of embrace this relationship with those partners. I think we do have a lot of interest in that, and we are also conscious of the challenge that we are facing and that we have to address them. But in general, we don't want to rely only on techniques and numbers to somehow justify our practice and our project. So we would rather think of adapting ourselves, our behavior, rather than, so somehow in a way be more resilient, rather than branding ourselves for reaching certain values, certain norms. And I think I find it more exciting to change the way we describe comfort than trying to just always enter into calculation and somehow shifting problems. And I also think, as it was said before, we would like to embrace more the quality of having different climatic conditions rather than having generic spaces that are somehow thermically homogeneous. So I'm going to the next topic, which is the threshold, actually, and as you could see before, which is a space for us that's somehow the center of our attention or focus in our practice, because it's a space where everything is open to interpretation. It's kind of blurred and has a different, can have different meaning. It's not. It can be seen as a limit, but it's also the place where everything comes together, and it's also a space of contamination. So in our practice, we have been a lot dealing with this question of weaving the different spaces together, which maybe has also been influenced a lot by our residence that we did in Japan 13 years ago. And this question of dealing with the relationship between inside and outside, and that we somehow translate often in the project by a series of microarchitecture, allowing somehow this fluidity between spaces, allowing climate to enter, allowing also to always keep a certain contact with the outdoor. And this specific focus on threshold became really the center of the concept for this competition. So it's for the Centre Culturel Suisse in Paris, which we are renovating right now. So the competition took place in 2020 when we were all locked at home and inside our bubble. And what we propose for this project somehow, I'll explain it, turns around this question of thresholds. So the center is a very typical example of the complexity of the Parisian urban fabric. It is hard to notice, and I think that's also what's interesting, because the center is located in the middle of a building block. We could almost read it as a complete interior. It only appears through the 6-meter wide facade on the Rue des Francs-Bourgeois, so on the right side here on the image. And there is a tiny entrance in this sideway, dead-end sideway. So it's very anonymous. And it's the whole center is somehow meandering around two beautiful courtyards, which are part of the typical typology of the Marais building block from the times. And as you can see here, this is also this typology of Hôtel Parisien, which were always organized around courtyards. And in the brief, it was kind of hinted or that this courtyard should be covered, of course, to gain more square meters. So the question for us became how to deal with this complex urban and architectural fabric and how to articulate those different spaces together. So we were left with this, when we discovered the project and we somehow received all the documents, we realized, reading the brief, that the project has been going through many renovations and is today extremely congested, but most importantly, it does not comply with today's standards and norms for public buildings. So it faces problem of disabled accessibility, fire regulation, thermal insulation, and heating. So that's why they organized this competition, and a thorough renovation was needed if the center wanted to stay open. So on one hand, we propose to reinforce the typological qualities of the three existing buildings with subtle intervention consisting mostly of stripping all the unnecessary to reveal the 19th century shop front, the classical high space of the Hotel Pouspin, which you saw in the picture with the courtyard, and the large open and flexible spaces of the former warehouse in the back. And the second part of the intervention focuses on the threshold to articulate all those different spaces, which are represented here in yellow. So rather, for many reasons, but I think one cannot also, one has to acknowledge that there's a very strong economical constraint on the budget. So I think this really helped us to insist on the sort of precision and acupunctural decision to operate in this ensemble and just focus on certain points. So those thresholds that you see a bit better in red up there are this sort of filter that we decided to work with, and we said this is where we're going to put all the energy. So they will allow, in a way, a stronger continuity between all the spaces, between interior and exterior climate. So obviously, our proposal also, despite the risk of having less square meters, we decided we would not cover the courtyards, because I think climatically they're also extremely important in Paris. There's actually anyway a wish to reopen all those courtyards instead of capitalizing and only speculating on square meters. One has to see those courtyards. It's really hot in summer. There's especially this Marais neighborhood is really mineral, really dense. So those courtyards are extremely important also for the climate of the neighborhood. And this was one also of the proposal to remain within the limit of the existing perimeter. And so the former bookshop becomes the new entrance to the center, shifting and to access to the back. And the second, as I was talking about the courtyard, the only intervention there is somehow to unseal the pavement. So there's between the pavement, you have this cement ceiling to unseal it, to also allow and to reinforce this question of porosity and at the same time natural ventilation and natural ventilation in this. In the roof, this is the top space, which is the main exhibition spaces, which is in the back, in the former warehouse. This is actually where we've been working the most with this question of, let's say, climate control. There, it also the goal was to reach a certain quality for light, humidity, temperature to reach a higher standard for art preservation. But once again, we are in a very old structure, and we had to also explain to the client that they would never reach and never get the quality they would get in a new building, and that was the effort was also not necessary. If they wanted a new building, then one should not also maybe stay in the Marais, and one has to accept that it might still, we might still have some bit more excess of temperature, or one might have to select art in a different way. That's also the question. If certain pieces of art are not fit, And what's interesting is also the question of art. It's mostly insurance who actually dictate what are the spaces, the quality, not the artists. The artists are all totally fine with that. So that's also this whole process of discussing and seeing how we can reduce the impact of the project. And in the ground floor, this is the foyer, which is stripped from, so we take away the reception and move it away to somehow create a space that has a flexibility of uses. It can be an extension of the courtyard or a reception. And what you can maybe see here on the right image on the back, there's this black wall, which then become one of these devices. It's a foldable wall, which can then be open so that the entire ground floor can be used as one large open space, open to the courtyard, with natural light and ventilation. And of course, from a reverse perspective, the actors or the musician can rehearse through its open doors with a view. So the space is no longer just this black box, this question of white box, black box. We try to deconstruct it a little bit, not fit necessarily only to the program, but create spaces that have somehow a diversity. They can be used also for exhibitions, depending on so this is a very low-tech kind of stage that can be reorganized to put a flat floor in it, to organize also exhibition, maybe the theater or the concert happen in the courtyards. And this is somehow what we propose during this project. So at the end, what you can see is this sort of contamination of program uses and different climate that are weaved together without a clear boundary. I see that I'm going a bit, I'm gonna, so I'm going to finally talk about landscape, where we are coming from. And this question of weaving different environment is of course more obvious in landscape. And the cause and effect relationship between sun, wind, humidity, shadows and pollution, altimetry, air, etc. is fascinating for us. And it's fascinating because my partner has a background also in landscape, and we both worked on landscape project. And this question of interdependency and interweaving, we first read about it, and also the concept of ecosystem. We first read about it quite a while ago, so this in the essays of Alexander von Humboldt. And I think this is somehow this question of interdependency is between all the elements from a small scale, how something done on a small scale can affect also, can have an effect on a larger scale and vice versa. And somehow one should not stop at the limit. The project doesn't stop at the plot, the project doesn't stop at the wall, but one has to also understand everything in a larger territory to also understand its meaning in its context. So we personally would rather think of architecture through the lens of landscape, topography, hydrography, and geology. So this is a project at Kunst am Bau in Lausanne, in the Campus Santé. So the buildings are from Jan Kinsbergen. It's a master plan, and together with Fabian Marti, who is an artist from Fribourg and Zurich, we took part in it, and we proposed a very long fountain that stretches along and across the landscape on the edge of the Lake Geneva. So we propose a fountain as a central element to the campus. And Palladio is also, I'm also going to demystify Palladio. This is also what we found the Villa Barbaro for us. And I think Palladio, from what I learned in my study, one should never look at Palladio without looking at the landscape. And most of his project I explain also and are set in a very clear setting because of landscape issues. So I think what's very important and what was also inspiring in here, if I can explain shortly, is how the water becomes the infrastructure, the backbone of the house. And so basically you have a water reservoir on top of the mountain, and he only uses the topography to make it function, to work with the water. So it it's for the farmland, so as a reservoir to irrigate, and then it kind of runs down under the house as in a way for cooling, but also feeding the kitchen, and then it escapes, and then it kind of continues its trajectory and finds itself out in the fountains at the end. And another project which is extremely important for us is this fountain of Meret-Oppenheim in Bern, which is also a sort of infrastructure that's constantly being alive and that grows depending on the orientation, the sun, the materiality, and the quality of the water will just constantly change in its aspects. So basically that's what we proposed in this project, to have a sort of reservoir on the top, a source that kind of slowly drip into a creek inspired by this water system in valleys, this BIS, and the water runs down all the way at the end to this pool and just infiltrate the ground. So on one hand, it's of course an object of contemplation, but it was also first for us an attempt to re-infiltrate water on site, because as you might all know, when one catches water from the roof, most of the time it goes down the rain canalization, which are then brought outside or down to the city, instead of the water is not always re-infiltrated on site, and especially in this commune it was the case. So we decided to work with it like a sort of water castle, where the water collected on top would be, and the canalization would be put under pressure to irrigate this basin that would then run down all the way to at the bottom next to this square. So this very long stretch fountain. I'm a bit long, so maybe I should skip some. So, and now these two last topic of uncertainty and fiction. And I think what I can say, without entering into detail maybe of the next project, is that what's interesting with landscape is that it takes a lot of time, it changes, it adapts really fast, and quite often it's unpredictable and uncertain. And as architect, it's never comfortable to be in a position where you're dealing with uncertainty, because we are often commissioned to secure performance, to create static environment, and to guarantee stability. So, but of course, in our practice, we find ourselves in the category of doing mostly transformation. This is a wish, but also it happens. And when one deals with transformation, renovation, one has to embrace uncertainty. Otherwise, this is the most frustrating part, because you never know what you're going to find. So I think this is a sort of quality that we're always dealing with. And maybe I don't enter into the detail of this project, but this is also this question of transformation. What do you find out, and how to narrow down a project also to the minimum, and somehow also go with the process, not trying to control everything in advance, not trying to plan everything, and limiting yourself also to the bare minimum. And at some point in this project, we decided that because of economic means, because of technical means, the project would really concentrate on the ceiling. Basically, almost nothing else would happen, but we had to do this drastic renovation of the ventilation system, which kind of took away all the budget. So we just thought, okay, this is gonna be the project. So designing this ceiling, and at the same time incorporating in this ceiling this rail that would allow the clients to have this very different, flexible, different spaces and different uses of the space, and only painting exactly, as you can see, what's necessary. And finally, to close the question, one cannot talk about uncertainty or how to react to uncertainty. And I think in our practice, in this question of very complex environment, ourselves, we rather look at, instead of talking about solution, we think of fictions which are for us a way to think of a possible future. And most of the time, those fictions, they are informed by what is here, what the layers of the past, and they don't always, those fiction needs to be a project. They don't always need, I mean, to be built. They are project, but we don't always need to build to talk about, for instance, here public space. So we were commissioned there to do an installation, and we decided instead of that rather to reveal what we thought was extremely fascinating in Basel, all the stories around the water, not necessarily focusing on the Rhine, because it's very known, but rather on the tributaries from the catchment basin of the Rhine. And we selected 3 different rivers, which for some of them don't exist anymore, and create somehow, our contribution was more of a map that would tell the story of these 3 different rivers, and a text, 3 fictional texts from Melissa Frödiger about those different stories, together with a set of performance, which would, in a way, through tracing the river, would reveal their past, or inviting a collective to activate fountains and warm them up. And or musicians to perform in those spaces. So somehow this proposal allowed us to reveal and activate spaces for possible future. Voilà, thanks a lot. It's yellow, huh? Let me take my notes. Je vais essayer.
Hello, is this working? Yes? So thank you both very much for your presentations. I'm supposed to give a short 10 minutes response to both, which I found would be very difficult since I'm an architectural historian. But I'm most grateful you're making it easy for me, since you showed some historical references which are most interesting. I'm also, as a historian, devoted to the topic of, let's say, a history of architecture of the environment, or an environmental history of architecture, and now I'm working on the 16th century. So, of course, Palladio, not only Palladio, but also, of course, the Council of Trent. I'm most grateful for this reference this morning. But I would like to start with Humboldt, because it makes clear where the problem is when dealing not with the problems of the promises of climate design, but, let's say, the deterministic way of thinking on climatic design, or within climate design. So you show this famous tableau with a distribution of the plants according to the humidity and the temperature and the altitude and the conditions of the soil. So each one plant is tied to its specific Lebensraum, was the idea, which is, of course, quite problematic when you look at other tableaus in the Cosmos book of Humboldt, where he applies this concept to the distribution of human races. No? So it's very, very clear. So each race is determined by climate, it's determined by the conditions, the specific conditions of every Lebensraum in its condition, with consequences also for ethnographic questions, the food they grow, the clothes they are wearing, all these conditions that are part of this Lebensraum, merging, let's say, the natural conditions with the cultural ones, which is quite problematic, but at the same time, tremendously important for the 19th century. So the entire idea of national identity based on climate determinism. So the essence, the national essence is a consequence of, for example, national character determined by the climate conditions, no? Which is, you find it, of course, in Humboldt, but also in these Volksgeist ideas by Herder. So it's kind of cultural history of the 19th century. But it is, of course, related to architecture. The case of the 19th century world exhibitions, the national styles in the exhibitions, expressing through vernacular architecture, which is a myth also in modernism. No? So you showed the Athens, Marseille, Athens conference, looking at the vernacular architecture of the Greek island. So it's this kind of myth of the climate determinism also of the vernacular art. So this is the problem. The most amazing thing, and now I come to the 16th century, is of course that Humboldt was looking back upon almost 300 years of most intense Columbian exchange and Columbian replacement of plants, replacement of germs, or exchange of germs, exchange of humans, many of them considered just energy resources. It's an exchange of technologies, an exchange of culture in general, and the exchange of entire ecosystems. So this idea of being tied to some place or to a site determined by climate is somehow an illusion already in those after 300 years of this let's say designed world. No? So the Council of Trent was even after the Pope decided once in the still in the 15th century to establish or propose a world design by cutting the world like one of the sweet oranges that the Portuguese brought from Asia, to cut it in the middle and establish a world order to control the exchange the commerce, the exchange in these terms of a replacement and also economic exchange between Asia, Africa, America, and Europe. So for me, it's quite interesting because I think we are still dealing with this kind of enormous delta or this gap between the local conditions and the design of a world. And the problems we are facing are, on the one side, the big picture of climate warmth, you showed both, and the, let's say, humble possibilities to make an impact with the hope, maybe not the promise, but with the hope you talked about. So the hope of really making a difference with the means of the architects. But the question would be, which are the means? Give me just 4 minutes more to develop this, or to finish this idea. I have a few questions to you. Don't worry, you will talk. Yeah. But yeah, let me just finish. So. I was thinking in this gap, so of Daniel Defoe. You know all Robinson Crusoe, this pioneer of bioclimatic design. So dealing with the conditions, the local conditions, working with the means, what he found, like a kind of bricoleur, bioclimatic bricoleur trying to survive, but at the same time reproducing the, let's say, social forms and the social practices of the British Empire, again, of course. So, but the same Daniel Defoe wrote this other essay, the essay upon projects, which is quite the opposite of it. It's a book devoted to the idea of a world that can be designed, and designed also in terms of the social forms. So there is also institutions, creating institutions to make, in order to make the British Empire already in the 18th century a better place in terms in social and economic terms. So to improve social conditions, to improve also economic conditions. And the way he proposes is basically creating new institutions. We were discussing this these days in one of the master projects with Christian in the Bitzin. So there's also this creativity, not only of, let's say, the pioneer Robinson Crusoe, but there is also this other creativity. Of course, in modernism it was very common. No? So the architects dealing with the problem of dwelling, creating institutions, new institutions to solve or to look for solutions. So this creativity also in terms of legal forms, new legal forms, new institutions. So my point would be, within this enormous delta between these local solutions we can offer and the enormous problems in the big picture of the Earth scale. What is the position we should take? So when taking a stand, is it enough to make this, let's say, with the means or the traditional means of architecture to offer some solutions? We know these are long-term solutions that for problems that must be solved in short term. So it's quite a problematic position. And the other one would be to what extent shall we engage in another field? I think you have both worked kind of in an expanded field of architecture. This is also part of this approach of climate or environmental design, very much this notion of expanding the field and also the means. You also already spoke about that. So what would you say about this, and how would you think that you are in the position of really making a proposal or offering some solutions, also concerning this bigger picture I was trying to draw?
No, I would like to maybe I can answer to the first part of your speech, and then we can go to the design part. But I would like to say that I think how you describe the 19th century and the relationship between determinism and geography, I think the way you are describing that is quite upside down. I think in reality it's up for me, and I think I try to read a lot of things about that. I think this is absolutely the opposite. So if you look to what's happened during the 19th century, all the scientists and the materialism and Karl Marx, you know, he based everything on science and understanding of of medicine of his time. You know, all the way he create and he understand the socialism is based on natural science and objectivity. You know, if you look to how Engels defend the worker in the 1845, it's because he say, doctors say it's not good for the health of the worker to live at 50 in the underground. And so it was based on science. And the opposite, you know, all the idealists, they were based their idea on God things or things like that. So what's happened? You know, the idea of racism or determinism, it doesn't come from materialism and natural science. It came from the political or the idealist in reality. So it's absolutely the opposite. If you read Mussolini, he's talking absolutely, he say, I'm against materialism, against geography, things like that. This is my idea that I have to determinize the world. And so it's, the way you are describing, historically, it's absolutely the opposite. Because it was mapped, the way you are describing is mapped from the second part of the 20th century. So at that time, there is some, it's maybe a long story to explain that, but you know, the relationship between, if you know, Karl Marx say, if we are animal, we are free. When we are becoming human, we are slave. Why? Because when you are an animal, when you are a human, some people say you have to be a farmer or you have to be a slave or you know. And if you are an animal, you cannot say you as an animal you will be a slave. So in reality, it's really interesting to read back. I spent 5 years to read everything about Karl Marx and Engels and Lenin and Mao and then Mussolini to understand all this story, because you know the idea to link climate and determinism is historically is completely wrong. So it's absolutely the opposite. And then for example, when you are, you know, because it's linked to freedom, it's linked to the, you know, if in the 1950s, there is a moment when there is a crisis of the socialism. It's linked with Claude Lévi-Strauss and then with Jean-Paul Sartre that start to do a critique of the dialectic materialism. And at that moment, there is a kind of thinking that we can be human, we are completely free, and we can decide to live on the snow or in the desert, and because we are free. Human are free. And this idea that human is free is a moral and philosophical idea, as Karl Marx explains, that came from material condition. It came from oil and coal and fossil energy. You think that you are free because you are using a lot of oil. You can live in the desert with a lot of oil, but if you don't have oil, you cannot survive in the desert. So we have to understand that, you know, this idea that came from 1950 to 2019, maybe, you know, this idea that human, we are free, and this is something that is completely related with fossil energy and global warming today. So then, if you come back to some, you know, and then the idea of racism or this type of human categorization, it came from idealist point of view. Mussolini was against the materialist. He was saying, I have to decide by myself what is the hierarchy, if you are the king or, you know. But Marx was saying, no, we are all human, so the socialists have to come because we are all animals. And the material and geographical and climatic determinism is not creating racism. It's the opposite. So this is really important to understand that. And then I think today we have to move to a new moment, you know, when there is some historian that Dipesh Chakrabarti that saying, you know, he is one of the inventor of post-colonial who is a subaltern and thing. And he said today, okay, I wrote that 20 years ago, today we have to join natural history and human history. We can no more continue only by human history and by saying, okay, this is good, bad, and we don't care about climate, and because we are superhuman. And so he said, no, and today we have to recombine that. And so it's why I think we have to be very careful with this type of idea that there is a climatic determinism, there is a natural determinism. This is, in the history, this is the opposite. This is, you know, this is the freedom of human that decide fascism and this type of things. And this is not so it's why I think in this new regime, we have to reset our way of thinking. And this is why, you know, in my natural history of architecture, I read a lot of things. You know, for example, if you know, when I was a student, I was thinking that the whiteness of the modern, this is for purity or things like that. But in reality, it was because of Ripollin, because the limestone is antibiotic things. You know, it was like so le lait de chaux de Le Corbusier. It's something to destroy the miasm and the bacteria and things like that. It was coming from that. The whiteness is coming from medical reason at that time. And why Le Corbusier stopped to paint the building in white in 1950? Because we have antibiotics, so we don't need to fight with white paint with a lot of light, like heliotherapy and let's show that is antibiotic. So I think that during 1950 and 2019, we were thinking only in terms of superstructure. We completely forget the infrastructure, and we were only interpreting things like that in this type of absolutely human world. And today, we can no more do like that because we are suffering of heat. We are suffering of, you know, it doesn't work as it was, and so we have to reset our moral and aesthetic and philosophical idea, and we have to stop a little with this complaint about to think that you know, it came from Michel Foucault. I know all the story of this, why we are saying that climatic is determinist and this type. You can see when it starts, you know. So this is some ideas that are completely wrong, and it was based on fossil energy in reality and antibiotic.
We will never find. So, as you can imagine, I completely disagree. So, and of course, I think I'm not talking about Engels' concept of nature, and I'm not dealing with materialism against idealism, but think, of course, of the conditions of Humboldt. No? So Humboldt, of course, he had to ask for permission to the Spanish king, and he had to deliver a report on his scientific survey. So it's related, directly related to the economic and let's say the colonial penetration and exploitation of this territory. So it's not it's directly related to this economic interest.
Yes,
and of course, in connecting with architecture of the modern, well, I've been working 20 years for modern architecture, and of course explaining the whiteness of modern architecture with this dimension. I recommend you this book of what's his name? This Mark Wigley, you know, the white walls. So thinking also of the clothes. Of course, we are wearing clothes because we have to protect us from the climate. Is it the only reason? It's just
Yes.
the only reason.
Yeah,
In my opinion, architecture starts where this common sense of protection ends.
This is
It's
what
let me take
Vitruve.
one anecdote because of here I didn't know Simon is such a fan of Egon Eiermann, no? But Egon Eiermann Egon Eiermann was supposed to be a very severe defender of, let's say, this efficiency of the Baukonstruktion, of the German Baukonstruktion. So it's interesting. So it's a second-hand anecdote because a student of him who later wrote his PhD on Egon Eiermann, his master, once had the courage in this lecture room to ask Egon Eiermann, in the period after this bioclimatic turn of the 50s towards, you know, the Olgier brothers in Princeton, to ask the master why, when he began to work with this solar control and shading devices in his buildings, why he also put them in the north facade, where they are completely dysfunctional. And, you know, he has absolutely, so, you know, he was very eloquent, and the Berliner Schnauze, and he gave no answer. So it's open to you to think about what was his challenge, or what was his goal when he took this decision.
You know, if you in Vitruvius or Alberti, you know, they always say, you know, architecture starts, for example, Vitruve say it starts with a fire, or Alberti say it starts because it's rain. You know, you can read, it's just, and then about that, you know, I think, you know, with solidity, commodity, and beauty, I think architecture was about these three things. Solidity was solved by concrete, by steel and concrete. You know, it was by reinforced concrete. Then commodity was solved by a central heating system with coal and air conditioning. Then, when you say, should we think that architecture is only about climate, but during 50 years, it was only about beauty. The last, you know, during all the postmodern period, you know, we were only talking about beauty. So you have time to talk. You have already your time to talk about beauty. So I'm not saying now architecture is only about climate or about commodity. Yes, I'm saying that, but it's not because it's a new idea. It's just because during 50 years, 70 years, only people talk only about beauty. So okay, now we are suffering from heat, so we want to talk a little about commodity too, about comfort, you know. So okay, I'm not saying that you have time to.
Well, we are in danger of forgetting that we are free on the stage.
But I was wondering also, we don't know yet, maybe we need time. As we are looking at Palladio, there's different way of looking at Palladio, and probably we look at it from our perspective, but I was taught also to look at it in this term of composition that you mentioned. So it's also through which lens are we looking at things, at certain topic. But I think just to go back to Humboldt, I think this is a valid statement that, of course, I'm pretty conscious that putting Humboldt in a lecture, there is also controversy. He was dealing with colonial power. There is this controversy. Now maybe the debate is more shifting to, we have to maybe look at history and what we actually, you're a historian, what are the scope of references? What do we teach in school? And why, of course, I was taught Palladio. That was the only thing I was told to look at, or I would mention others, but I think today is the right time also to search for other reference in the past, because they are indeed, and that's also our role as teachers, as in academia, to make this effort to also go beyond this kind of classical figures that define everything until now, define architecture until now. And this is maybe the last time I will use Humboldt in a lecture. It's nevertheless it doesn't mean that we should neglect it and forget it, and it's nevertheless it was really important the moment that I read it to understand, and that we read it with my partner. This is also a moment of, not to call it enlightenment, but understanding this kind of interdependency between everything really made us look at architecture, understand landscape, have all of a sudden a much greater interest also in looking at this larger ecosystem. And that's, of course, that's from the background we receive. I think EPFL, at the time when I was there, was also quite focusing on landscape urbanism, so it helped also to be interested in that. But I think we have also, and maybe after we can close this topic and focus on climate, but I think we have to open and look and teach differently and bring up, or maybe this topic can bring us to your question of what are the means of the architect. And I think also starting in schools, in academia today, I think this is a very important question, because I believe when, if I'm being really pragmatic about it, I'm not, it's not a, I think when basically as a practitioner, when you receive a brief, when you're at this moment of acting, it's too late. I think the biggest concern, and where you can act and actually influence a lot what we're dealing with on the global scale, I think happens before architects are basically commissioned. I think when the commission is there, it's almost too late, and what we can do, and this is what we refer to as fiction, is to take this commission and try maybe to reduce as much as possible the impact we have, to reduce, but this is the question, the fundamental question. They have to happen prior to that, in the sense that we need to redefine also what are the territories, it's social, it's politics, it's economy. We talked about real estate, and I think this is exactly, all those mechanisms are the one that needs to be, where we need to act as architects, need to be much more present. I think this needs to be taught in school. I think we were never really taught to engage in the field outside of the building. So there was either two paths, academia or practice. But I think we need to, you talked about making new institutions, we need to also engage with institutions, or whether it's with public or private, but prior to the commission we get. And I think once we get a commission, we can pretend, we can have different, there are different means. One can say for us, yeah, trying to reduce as much as possible the intervention, trying to limit, or trying to avoid or break or blur boundaries, trying to avoid compartmentalizing and categorizing program spaces, people, etc. But I really think we also have to engage before that on other levels, and this is because we still need to act. I think as the problem of the ecological crisis today, I think that's what Timothy Morton says really well. The problem of this ecological crisis today is that it kind of, we are just facing these sheer facts, like 20% of species will disappear in 10 years. And what is described as this state of shock, when you're given those numbers, you don't know what to do with it. It just leaves you completely helpless. So we have to be careful with data. We have to be careful with what we are dealing with. But on the other hand, we also have to project ourselves. And he says you have to take pleasure in the action, or something like that. I think this is where, as architects, we are trained to embody, to imagine possible future, to give form at least to different scenarios. And I think this is a way to act, is also to have a certain capacity to imagine, to create those fictions, or to rely, and not only answer and try to give solutions. So we need to come with proposals that goes way beyond answering the brief, filling numbers, and exactly which we are usually, which a lot of people in the practice capitalize on today. So I think this is the means, but yeah.
Okay, so that's quite interesting. So you're using a number of concepts that possibly are taboos when talking about the climate problems, or for example, the concept of beauty or form, as Mariana said this morning, and of course, in both cases, it's interesting also to see so at an aesthetic level, which should be taken seriously, and you do both. And in this sense, I would say it's also about beauty. So we're still a kind of, Iñaki Ábalos talks about the thermodynamic beauty. No? It's, would you, so in your work, there is an expanded field, also in spatial terms, in both cases, I would say, connecting with the scale of the landscape projects you have realized, or in your case, even with the connecting your building as a component of an infrastructural system, as you showed in this reference from Palladio to your last project. So
yeah, maybe the issue of beauty is quite interesting. There is a Mies van der Rohe say once that. He said that the infrastructure is changing more quickly than the superstructure. So he said when the concrete and steel arrive, so he start to build, the people built in steel, but they were hiding the steel with a fake stone, like the Opera of Paris, and then Mies van der Rohe, at one moment he said, why we have to continue with this type of beauty? Because everybody was thinking, okay, beauty is stone building, and nobody was assuming the steel beam and column like that. And Mies van der Rohe, at one moment, he said, okay, I will just do a facade that will be like I built. And then it creates something that was ugly, maybe, for the people at that time, because this beauty never exists. So he was not thinking, okay, this will be beautiful, this column and this beam. It was something that was absolutely not in the beauty imagination of the people at that time. And I think it was the same with thermal insulation, for example. Also, thermal insulation arrives, so all the buildings have to have thermal insulation. And then you can see, and mostly in Switzerland we saw that, the people, they hide the thermal insulation with fake concrete wall. So there is a concrete wall, and then thermal insulation, and then a fake, real concrete wall, 20 centimeters, but that was for nothing. And so it was exactly what what was describing Mies van der Rohe. This is some architect from the 20th century that continue to build in concrete, but all the condition has changed, because now we have foam everywhere around the building, and the architects, they cannot imagine that the foam by itself is beauty. They continue to say, no, we have concrete wall. So this is this way of this is the dialectic of the changing of beauty and idea, and this is quite complicated for the people to assume that at one moment the ugliness of the thermal insulation is a new beauty. So this is something that you have to change, and it's not easy, and it's why, and this is why Karl Marx talk about revolution, because this is the reactionary of the old, the superstructure coming from the old time, for example, the concrete moment that create the beauty, the CO2, the fossil energy overuse that create concrete aesthetic. And then the people, they are stuck inside this aesthetic, and they cannot move to a new aesthetic. And so it's exactly with the bourgeoisie, so this is, at one moment, there is one revolution, that will completely turn this system, and then at one moment we will say, okay, the most beautiful building is the one with this ugly wool of thermal insulation, because this is the reality of today. This is what is a building today. And I'm sure that a lot of you will never imagine that. It was the same when Adolf Loos said we have to remove all this decoration of plaster. As you know, all the architects in the room were saying he's crazy. So I think this is always this type of revolution of the aesthetic that is quite difficult for the people to.
There is a sense of this openness, so open spaces. You know? And I was thinking, of course, also it reminds me also what you said now. So it reminds of Richard Neuter, his biorealism and this idea of an aesthetics beyond the eye. So a perception of architecture through the skin. So the humidity, the temperature, that's how you perceive it's his idea of a new kind of space in terms of his concept of biorealism. But there is, of course, a problem of how do you work in aesthetic terms when you are dealing with the invisible. And you are, for example, working with the form. So you told me, and you showed it, the form is still a relevant factor when in your work. Also, when dealing with the climate topic.
Yeah. But I just wanted to answer on, or to continue on what Philippe was saying, because I don't know actually, in our case, like, we find everything, that's, I think sometimes our problem, we find everything, we find beauty everywhere, and that's maybe, we are fascinated. I mean, polyester is fascinated, it's like 98% of air. There's everything, you can find always something fascinating everywhere. And I don't know if it's coming in our case, if it's specific to us, or maybe if it's because we do a lot of transformation project, we deal a lot with existing, where you're facing, we heard also in the lecture today, you come, you have to renovate a building, and you're not always facing something beautiful per se in the criteria that were taught to you at school, or that are just embraced and acknowledged by everyone around. So but you have to find qualities, and I think you have to find qualities where sometimes you don't have the means, where there's very little to do, and that's maybe the way to be trained as architect today, is how to recognize somewhere qualities, maybe looking on also into what was neglected. So that's why I say, I mean, it's not new to say that technique can be a project, and working on just simply ventilation and doing what we discussed, what we presented before. It's not new, but I think it's also where can you find beauty, something interesting, or maybe excitement, simply excitement, whether it's a research of beauty or not, but find and turn things into a project. It's also a way to reduce, so everything is potentially a project. We don't need to completely transform. We indeed don't need to come and cover everything with white wall to somehow neutralize everything. And we can concentrate and be, and by being acupunctural, sometimes you can spend 3 years designing and organizing, articulating spaces and a door. And if it's well done, maybe the rest doesn't matter if the rest is per se for standard ugly. So, but I think you have to be trained to find beauty where things, I think it's also very important today, it's to talk about ecology, but at large to talk about this sort of also human crisis we are facing today. How do you find beauty, interest elsewhere outside of our Western world, Western standard? And I think that's very important. And to put yourself to also accept that there's beauty looking at a toilet. Toilet is beautiful. It's amazing mechanism. There's beauty. So, and that's again the same thing with I think to the landscape. Everyone understands it, but it's not always in architecture landscape, it's always something that came afterwards. And that's what we had to fight a lot with. It was always architecture, was always objectified, was always the sole purpose and the sole interest. And landscape came second. And that was always a thing, the gardener, what you would do around after the architect had designed his project. And always our goal was how even to start with the landscape before even focusing focusing on architecture, and this is the that's always a bit about turning our perspective once again, and looking at it from a different angle.
So we open the discussion to the audience.
Okay, I think it's, you both said basically both projects in a way are an attempt, or both practices, an attempt with Philips maybe more explicitly so to change the method through which we design, right? To switch from a kind of formal, or maybe not from a formal, but to what would an architecture be that is thought through first through climate or first through landscape, not first as architecture with a capital A and then kind of added or built with different things. So then my question would be how that impacts your teaching, not just, let's say, in what you just talked about, the kind of different contextualizations, change of references, and a different view, but really practically, like, would you then, do you work with, let's say, thermal chambers and different temperatures, or do you design, how does it work as a kind of pedagogical practice, really, if you go away from the visualization?
No, when I'm teaching, you know, I have one of the first moment when I was teaching, I was invited, and then I let the student doing just like that the project with not a lot of background, and then everything was very cliche, very you know, it was they were repeating something that was in the magazine like 3 months before. You know, at that time it was the idea of the column of Remcola's houses with this kind of bizarre column was very popular, and so all the like I have 16 students, and maybe 6 were doing column like that, you know. And so I was thinking that how to give to the students some possibility for real imagination, and I think, and then I start to say to the student, okay, you have to for example to study thermal effusivity. So of course the student at the beginning he know nothing about that, and then he start to look at that, and then I say, okay, now you do a project with thermal effusivity, and so how to do a space with thermal effusivity, and then from that he starts to create by himself some, because he have a real scientific background, he create his own knowledge, and then he can say, okay, maybe thermal effusivity can be interesting for cooling a space during the summer, or for warming a space, and then it's create a real invention, and so. I think when the student doesn't have a scientific understanding of the, as you know, when I was student at the EPFL, my first exercise was, I think, to do a wall in brick, or wall in steel, or in wood, so you understand that the horizontality will be not the same if you are using a beam of wood or a vault of brick, and the distance between the things. So you learn things from this technical knowledge of building, and then you understand that you cannot do the same form depending of the material. So this was my original learning when I was student. And then I say, okay, today you can do the same with the knowledge about climate, because climate is becoming a real problem or a real subject. You know, it's too hot, it's too cold, the energy become very expensive, so we cannot heat in the same way. You was talking about gradation of temperature inside, you know, to accept that it maybe somewhere it's a little colder or warmer. So that can be a real invention and interesting way of doing architecture today, but we need to have the knowledge first, to be free to have the invention. And this is, to answer to your question, it is, as I teach, it's like to give to the student, and it's quite easy today. You go on Google Scholar, you start to do some research, and you have access to this type of things. And so for me, it is a way I'm teaching, like to give to the student this freedom of the knowledge.
In your case, within this concept of the uncertainty, how do you deal with this in this sense?
In the teaching, for instance, in the academic. Well, we have we work now this semester on the topic of water. But yeah, so our students, they don't start with effusivity, but they start drawing toilets, or they start drawing. So on one hand, there's a very technical, because I think maybe it's to bridge back to the point about invisible, like air, water, are of course matters that are very hard to understand and very hard to represent and very hard to control. And this is why, of course, relying bricks, it's easy. I mean, I always say building, it's kind of easy. You're stacking bricks. There's not such a, it's not always rocket science. But air, water, it's much more complex. I think water, I understood it a lot because when you deal with landscape, it's only all our city are just and that's the question of form. I think for me, form is definitely not a taboo. It's the only tool at the end that I learned. This is our expertise. And I think there's form everywhere. Landscape, valley is a form of space. It's just not Euclidean in the sense the way we learned it, but of course, a valley is a certain space that's been carved out by a river. Meandering of a river is a form, and that's why I think this question of invisible matter are very important, but we still need to keep giving form to the environment, and I think that's very important. So on one hand, starting in the studio by teaching a very technical aspect, understanding how water functions, how is it connected to canalization, having this very, very technical knowledge. It's really to avoid being superficial and saying if you really want to change something, you also have to understand how it works. If you want to engage with your engineers, you also have to understand what they say, and so that our practice doesn't get reduced to only we're the one coming at the end and making everything beautiful, to avoid it, to also go back and claim back this question of technicality and technicity. And at the same time, projecting. So I think these things of being able to project yourself, to have fantasy or fictions, to imagine also different scenarios, I think we need to be a bit more explorer again. And so somehow the students have to navigate between these two very opposite fields and find and give form in the middle.
So, any other?
Well, just to add a quick note, I always remember when concerning the subject of beauty and architecture, I always remember my great friend Santiago Cirojeda referring to his own architecture as an ugly architecture. So he was always saying that I produce ugly buildings. So just to take off this dimension of beautiness, classical one. But I would like to mention also, following a little bit of what Philippe was telling, on that Marx, when he compares animals with human beings, he's also saying that human beings, the difference is that human beings are producing more than they need physically. So, and for example, when it concerns the subject of housing right now on what we call the civilized world, and we see all the crises on housing, and we see that in fact we produce more houses than we need. It's a subject that it's really now on a very interesting moment, and also concerning the idea that, well, the most sustainable building, it's the one that is already built. So it's something that we have to think about also in our practice and also in academia. So for example, I'm really in my teaching moments in the School of Architecture in Lisbon, I'm really concerned, for example, about modeling. So there is this thing of doing huge models. And I'm always complaining about the waste of materials that we are losing. And the foam, for example. In my classes, I totally forbid foam. So only from starting with recycled boards. So that's a thing that we have to think, not only on our practice as architects, but also on our practice as teachers.
Yes, maybe we have to be, we can precise a little about that, because, you know, as I say, you know, 1/4 of the CO2 emission are the construction and the material, and 3/4 is a heating system. So it means if you are not building a new building, okay, you are talking about 1/4. And then, but what happened after to heat your existing building? So we have to know that before thermal insulation, the people, they were living at 12 degrees Celsius or less during the winter, you know, with a hat for sleeping, sleeping with dog and cow, and they were all the family in the same bed, you know. So it was absolutely not the same way of living. So I agree with you, but we have also to think that it's not only stop to build, it's also stop to build and then to say to the cow and the animals to come back in the bed with us for eating us during the winter. So it's, you know, this kind of discussion, I have this type of discussion when, you know, the postmodern architect at the beginning, when the problem of global warming arrived, they were saying, you know, the form is resolving everything. We don't care about this type of things. And then I remember I did a lecture in Palermo, in an old church that were that were becoming a lecture center. And then they say, you see, this building goes through the time, and this is the Aldo Rossi idea of the permanence of the form and the change of program. So we learned that when we were students. And they use this idea for giving a kind of answer to sustainability and climate. You know, they were recycling their learning from Aldo Rossi, you know, that by using the same argument to say, oh, yes, why I'm doing big wall, because this wall will stand during 1,000 years, so it's very sustainable. But then we were talking about that in this church in Palermo, but in reality, beyond us, it was a huge air conditioning machine, you know, that was cooling in the summer. So, you know, and the same at the Biennale in Venice. You know, I was talking about that when you know, at one moment, like 6 years ago, there is an exhibition with architecture without computer. It was like the return of the brick and a kind of classical architecture. It was shown in the Arsenal. But then on the mezzanine of the Arsenal, it was every 10-meter air conditioning machine. So it's, you know, we have to, if you want to stop to build and to say, yes, the most sustainable building is the one that is already there. Okay, but come with your animals to you know. So we cannot answer only on the quarter of the problem, because 3/4 is how to cool or how to warm the building. So this is really important to have that in mind.
I have no voice, but I get uncomfortable because you're all so good. You're all so good people here. And I think that for me the problem is that the very first question, if architecture is big enough to deal with these questions, no, I think if we can go back to that, because if it's not, we should maybe also be a bit more modest with the kind of the hopes. You know, if I was coming up with the promises, for me it's a bit too much promise here, and I think that it was very funny for me to see the start, because, you know, I think that, Philip, you are the person who put on the table a kind of course you're to a certain extent totally serious with your climate materialism, but it's also a style. It's also the ambition to create a new expression, which is, I think, almost more precise than the calculation of things. I don't think that it makes sense to have marble, wood, and steel if it's not just to illustrate an idea. So I think we should not end up in a discussion about who saved more animals.
Yeah, I think, you know, we have to understand, when I talk about climate and effusivity of stone or marble, we have all the background that during 50 years we were not talking about marble like that. We were talking about marble like a metaphor, a sign of richness or something else. So you know, of course, I'm just showing that there is another things that was not in the conversation during 50 years, you know. So it's just to bring back that, and of course, then everybody is free to decide to choose a wool in Dubai. You know, you are free to use marble in the chalet in Switzerland. You know, so you can do what you want. But it's just at one moment, if you have no heating tube under the marble in the chalet in Zermatt, you know, it will be cold. Yeah.
Can I say just briefly? Afterwards, you're just. So there is at least one point I would agree with you, and this is about this continuity of the natural and the cultural. At this point, so it's not only about connecting your buildings to the big infrastructure, maybe even global infrastructures in the cases of a building that connects to the global cold chains, for example, or logistics buildings. Ludwig Wapner talked a few days ago about this new issue. But connecting to the natural system, let's say, which is also a system, and this continuity in trying to work with this, not only let's say merging the artificial and the natural. That would be a point. For me, it's not that new. You know, Lewis Mumford, the natural history of urbanization is 56, so it's not that it was never a topic. No? So it's. But it's still a big challenge.
Thank you. 2, 3. I think you bring up, obviously, the whole bouquet of things that are of importance. I just need to react to one sentence of you, Philippe, which is, we've talked about beauty all the time. Can we stop or something? So we cannot. It's clear, because this is also a reality. You know, all the banal things like proportions or light or color or material quality in terms of how it feels, or all these things are in my humble opinion, experiences that human beings make and that have an impact on the well-being of humans as well. And so beauty, you know, you mentioned Rossi, but I think beauty, I mean, one thing is very clear: a beautiful building stands for a long time, will be cared for a long time, and by that will reduce its gray emission, as banal as that.
That's our session tomorrow. So we have just a few minutes for
But yeah. No, you know,
I think we ended here.
you know, I think the time with this climate crisis is not to we know, you know, we grow in a moment where what you describe with color and beauty and the proportion, you know, was there. So it's there. I'm not just arriving from another planet, you know. So I just say that another part, like I think it's the word of commodity, you know, it's that was no more triad. You know, nobody was talking anymore about commodity, and it's just we have to just that should come back a little. So, I'm not saying that question of, but sometimes color, you know, okay, should we paint the city in black? And we know that the albedo is very low and it will overheat the city, or should we paint like the Greek roof in white? So at one moment the climate is challenging a little the color too, you know. So we are not today, you know, in France, everybody are painting in white because they want to reflect the heat of the sun. And this is kind of in New York, and they are painting. This is this kind of. So it changed a little the aesthetic. So it's not choosing a color. It is of course it's linked to a kind of subjective beauty, but it's challenged by climate crisis a little. And
no, maybe it's one of the components or one of the criteria we can take into consideration. Not that it sounds that it's the only reason why we choose color. Of course, it's not a black and white, right nor wrong. It's one of the criteria that today, indeed, when one has to address the question of color and material, we are looking at it maybe from a different perspective or with this added value. We cannot deny that when we're building today, we look at material for also the embodied CO2 emission it contains, and we have to react to that, or we have to justify. We are taken. So this is clear. But this is for me one aspect, but cannot be maybe the only one to decide. Otherwise, we can give the feeling that everything can be decided by numbers, or there should be a set of recipes, and at the end the position of architect disappear as well. It's just also, if everything can be written and we can say white is good for this reason, black is wrong for that, we might end up writing this book of recipes. And I think there's much more complexity to that, and not to make it sound like it's this is the only reason why one chooses a material. It's like timber structure today. We cannot just come and just build everything out of timber, etc., etc. So that's the risk. It's just that the discourse is misused to somehow promote, or it's also already misused by lobbies, and that's a bit where we have to be careful, and indeed not just claim that the decision we are taking are only based on facts, on numbers, on the outcome it can have, and we can acknowledge that there's indeed criteria behind that are linked to form, aesthetic, beauty, other history.
So this is perfect.